Testing. Testing. Can people hear me? Can anyone hear me? Excellent. Hello everybody. You're shopping for PCs. Well, the hard part right now, Forrest, is as expensive as PCs are, get them now. Get them now. Because graphic cards and RAM are only going to get more expensive as AI continues to completely destroy the market. So, yeah, it's a tough one right now. A DVD and Blu-ray collector, PS5s would be useful, for sure, yeah. I mean, it just depends. How many games do you play on your PC? If you don't play a lot of games on your PC and you're not worried about doing super optimal fighting games, like, you don't really need it. So you're fine how you are, honestly. I mean, do you have a PC? If you, I mean, do you have a PC already and everything? If you don't have a PC, then getting a new PC would be very useful. So you can do PC stuff, but that's just depends on if you need the PC or not. If you have a PC that just browses and stuff, I think you're fine. But obviously getting one to actually have one and do stuff is vital. If that's the case, then I would recommend getting a PC because that would be very, very useful. That's very possible, Forrest. If you actually look up just recent news on PCs, it has actually, Windows has gotten significantly worse since they migrated to using more AI. Like, there's a very clear trend when Microsoft was like, we're gonna be using more AI, and then Windows 11 updates all started shitting the bed and being really, really bad. And like, there's a whole meme out there where they just keep adding on more evidence, like the next news article saying about why it's so bad and blah, 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 blah. It's really something. Let's just put it that way. So I wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got a bunch of these things over here. Okay. All right, that's today, right? Yep. Okay, that's recording these today. Okay. Oof. Okay, yeah. These guys have all got to stop this nonsense, dude, because it's hurting them. And none of it surprises me because, again, making something work with code and making something stable with code are two entirely different things. Whenever you do this thing called code coverage, like 60% of your code never gets run. And that's because all it's doing is making sure that bad inputs don't destroy your program. And without human knowledge of that and what to look for, AI can create something that works, but that will explode in fringe conditions in ways that, I mean, people have reported bricked, Windows, or it can't start anymore, or like it just hangs, etc., etc. Heard some sort of thing. Thank you for the bits, Lurker Spine. Appreciate it. Yeah, again, they gotta cancel. It's just everything is too expensive right now. It's just too expensive. So, Nvidia is gonna have trouble because the chips and everything. AI is like literally destroying everything right now. Like, AI is literally destroying everything. Anyway, hang on, let me just do this. AI is destroying literally everything right now. And hello everybody, welcome to the Tuesday show. We're gonna try to do something interesting today. I'm just warning you right now. Have no guarantee that I have no guarantee that this is going to go how I'm hoping it goes. But as you guys have probably seen on Twitter, my cat is sick. I've had to pay a lot of vet bills again. And rather than explaining all that stuff, I've added a GoFundMe command here that you can just type up at any point in time. Let's see here. Like so. So you can actually, if you want to read about it a little bit, it's basically a relapse from last year's illness. And I hate the fact that I have to do this 2 years in a row because I feel like an irresponsible pet owner, but at the same time, you know, vet bills are like super, super expensive. So you can do that. So what I'm going to try to do today, you know, obviously I haven't finished the awards for this year, but you know, I really want to talk about the RIOT stuff. I want to talk about, you know, the issues with fighting games and everything. And so I'm going to try to do something really kind of weird today. Like I said, I need a just catting topic. I have no idea how well this works. I don't know how Jasmine's going to react to me talking all day. But let's see if this actually kind of works. But we're actually going to try to do an entire stream of cat cuddles. And, you know, I don't know how long it'll go. She may abandon me and I can just jump back here right away and stuff like that if it doesn't work out. But Jasmine has been very clingy lately. She has been very much like she just needs the comfort. And so, and at the same time, I just want to show everybody just like, you know, like the bond that I have with Jasmine is pretty crazy, especially for a cat who was, you know, initially very, very unaffectionate, which means I may get distracted from the topic. I may just stop talking about things. Hell, I might even fall asleep on stream. Who knows? But we'll see what happens. So I will have a hard time talking to chat because it'll be hard for me to see the chat. I'm going to try my best to see the chat. So this is going to be very, very interesting here. This is my couch. This is where Jasmine loves to cuddle. She's actually there right now. I don't know if you can see her. There's that tiny little lump on the other side of the blanket. If you can see her over there. But we're gonna try this, okay? Because this is where she likes to cuddle and everything. I have no guarantee that any of this is going to work. I have no guarantee that you might even be able to hear me. I hope you can hear me. Let me just test some stuff really quick, okay? Hang on one second. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear through this phone by any chance? Okay. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me? Can you actually hear me? Can you hear me? Yep, okay. I don't know how loud it's gonna be, but I'm gonna show you guys basically how I spend many of my afternoons and evenings these days. I'll try to have my laptop open with the chat nearby so I can actually see the chat, but we'll see what happens, okay? Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Oops. That's me. Oh God, without my glasses, I can't even read the chat. Hang on a second. Okay. Put that on. Let me see if I can slide my chat over so I can actually see the chat. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll assume that this works. But this is where me and Jasmine usually hang out. Let me know if you guys can hear me. If I need to talk louder. I don't want to talk too loud because I don't want to disturb Jasmine too much. How's the volume of the voice, guys? This is where me and Jasmine usually hang out. And again, I've told people that she likes being pet very. One of the nurses at the vet place called it the cat likes to be spanked. I don't know if this is spanked as much because, I mean, if you hear this, it's like really loud. But she loves this. Come here, Jeff. And this is literally what I do. A lot of afternoons, after I feed them their lunch, she basically almost expects this from me. Like, she just kind of waits on the couch or she waits on the side. And as soon as I climb on the couch, she gets all excited and jumps up here right away. Don't be bashful. Come here. And I have spent a few hours sometimes just lying here. Let me see if I can hug you. Can I hug you? So this is Jasmine. She's the one who's a little sick right now. Who has, I mean, she's okay right now. Her appetite's been a little off, but I think it's because I was feeding. So her jaw and her teeth hurt for a while. She was drooling a lot. She still drools. We may get a giant drool slime at one point in time during the stream. But she's better now. But she wasn't eating as much before. The good news is, if I can get her to face me a little. She doesn't mind having her cheeks scratched anymore. When she was in pain, this is what she would recoil from this essentially. But she seems to be okay with it now. I probably should raise the camera a little bit. I wonder if I can. A lot of times, if I stop petting her, she used to scratch me in the face. These days, I've kind of trained her to, if I stop patting her, she'll actually like try to give me headbutts. Like that. Good kitty. Good kitty. Oh, what a good cat. You just see how she just like bumps my face. She knows that that's Because, like I said, she used to scratch me. She'll still do that every once in a while. The claws will come out if she really wants the pats again.
How are you doing, Jasmine? Don't leave me. Is it weird that I'm talking?
I think she thinks it's weird because, like, there's this laptop over here. I'm gonna try being a little silent for a second. Yeah, so I'm just waiting for the result of her next biopsy to find out if anything needs to happen. Again, last year, the vet bill came out to like 6,500. This year it's just about 5,000, like 5,100 something, because they didn't remove any teeth this time. The vet just wanted to see what the result of the biopsy was before they do anything crazy, because they may have to.
Oh, Jasmine. Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Is it too weird that I'm talking, Jasmine? Jasmine, come here. Come here. There you go.
Can't tell, but she has a bleb going right now. She's got her tongue out. And what happens is when I pet her like this, oftentimes it ends up raining on my face with little droplets of spit. Please don't mind my feet. Oh, you can't actually see them good.
Oh, Jasmine.
So obviously, yeah, the big news,
Where you going, Jasmine?
big news of the day.
It's not
Riot. Well, I guess I should say big news of yesterday. Was Riot laying off like half of their 2XKO staff, which is a terrible, terrible sign for a game that just had its official launch. And I mean, after that happened, everybody just started talking about all the things.
Jasmine. Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, little fluffy bluff. Jasmine. Here, come here. Come here. Headbutt. Walk. Yeah. I don't talk as much.
Apparently, Jasmine doesn't like it when I talk this much when she's lying here. Maybe it's because I'm too noisy and she can't relax.
You drooled in my mouth, kitty. Where you going? So you're gonna cats know. You know something's off.
Oh, you just drooled on me.
You just drooled on me, Jasmine. You drooled on my nice sweater.
Sometimes if I stop petting her, she will do a little turn and just kind of lie down. Try to see if I can get her to do that. But she seems to really want pets right now. Sorry, I'm not doing much talking right now. least entertaining in its own way.
Can I hug you, Jasmine?
Before any discussion. Yeah, she really doesn't like it when I start talking. But before any discussion about, Riot 2XKO, we really gotta
Jasmine.
hope that all the people who are let go, can land back on their feet.
Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here. Come here, Jasmine. Come here. Come here. Hi.
Trying to know this morning. I was pretending to talk to chat. She didn't seem to mind it so much. Right now, I think she senses it's just something different about me talking while we play like this. Maybe I just really slowly. Nope,
She doesn't like it. Come here, Jasmine. All right, I won't talk anymore, Jasmine. Come here. Jasmine, come here. Come on, Jasmine. Headbutt. Headbutt. Come on. Headbutt. Headbutt, Jasmine. Headbutt.
She's looking at me so confused right now. She is looking at me so like she does not trust me at all.
Come here. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine.
Oof. You do not trust me, do you? You think something's different, something's wrong. This is not how our normal cuddle sessions go.
You are talking too much. You are talking too much. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine.
Something feels odd, doesn't it, Jasmine? I understand.
Oh, take my glasses. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come on, Jasmine.
This cat is so smart. She knows something weird is happening.
Don't you, Jasmine? You know something weird's happening, huh? Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Yeah. There you go. There you go. She's a smart cat. Jasmine is running away. Okay. Maybe I can go. That is a DVR pad. Yes, that is a DVR pad. This is just a couch. It's just a couch. Sorry, Jasmine. Sorry, Jasmine. Jasmine is a smart cat. Like, just because, like, you can see that there's, I mean, she can see that there's a laptop here, and I'm talking a lot. Maybe even something about my behavior, my energy, or something. She clearly knows something is different. And she's like, this is not a normal cuddle session. Yeah, huh, Jasmine? You know, it's not a normal cuddle session. So she's feeling a little weird. She's looking at me fairly wide eyed as well. There is also the factor that I haven't given her her gabapentin in a while. And whenever she has that, that's when she gets really kind of like groggy and stuff like that. But you saw how after I would like stop petting her, she would immediately start headbutting me. Yeah, good kitty. It's like she knows that she's on camera or something. Like she just has the sense. She's like, I'm on camera and this isn't normal. I don't want to be on camera. You don't want to be on camera, do you, Jasmine? Oh, hi, Jasmine. Oh, we gonna try again? All right, come on. Come on, Jasmine. Let's try again. Come on, Jasmine. Come on, Jasmine. I'm gonna close the laptop so I can't see any of the chat. I'm closing the laptop. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. 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 Come here. Come on, Jasmine. This up? Yeah, there we go. Come here, Jasmine. Wow, she's suspicious. How? Why is this cat so smart? You're so smart. She just knows something is up. She knows something weird is happening. When I sit up like this, I think she's more willing to come back. Here we go, Jasmine. Oh, where are you going? Oh, why are you so smart? Why are you so smart? You're such an intelligent cat. All right. Well, maybe we'll try again in just a little bit. See if that works. Hang on one second. Ah, hello. All right. So apparently Jasmine does not like it when I am talking a lot. When we're trying to cuddle, maybe it's just because there's just too much noise. She doesn't have the ability to chill and relax and everything like that. So let's just talk about Riot, shall we? Here. Yeah, what an unfortunate situation. Okay.
So for those of you who don't know, well, first of all, hello everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday. My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Hoping I was able to, try to get some more cat cuddling cam here, but was unable to do so. However, yeah, she was smart. Like, you guys have no idea. Like, she was standing. Like, when she was off camera, she wasn't even that far off. She was like right here. She was standing right outside of camera view. I don't know how, like, it's like she knew exactly what was on camera and what was not on camera. Like, she's just, I swear to God, like, she's one of the smartest cats I've ever seen. Like, she's more aware of what's actually going on than any other, like, I don't know. I mean, these are obviously the first cats I've had. Nathan certainly isn't this aware about things. For sure. Nathan is just like, whatever. Although Nathan does like it when I give him attention. Hang on, let me do something really quick. All right, never mind. I didn't realize Nathan had ran away. Nathan is downstairs. If he was up here, I would have just tried to grab him and throw him on the camera, but he is downstairs currently. Oh man, but yeah, Jasmine is strangely intelligently, like, aware. Like, I don't know if she just knows when I'm streaming. Does she just realize the words that I'm saying have nothing to do with her? I mean, she's the one that always, like, gets all, like, excited when she can tell I'm about to end my stream and stuff. You know, she is a bizarrely intelligent cat. Like, I swear she knows more about... She knows more about the world than we would think a cat could understand. Like, I swear Jasmine knows about, like understands about, like, streaming or something. Like, I don't know. She's crazy. She just has a stronger understanding of what's going on and stuff. Like, I don't know. You know, she let's just put it that she's continually surprising me on the kind of crazy things that she does, and, like, the cognizance, the awareness that she has of, like, things. So, like I said, like, when she kind of figured out, like, something's wrong, she wasn't not just even just, like, sleeping on my chest or jumping back onto my chest anymore. She was staying, like, literally right outside of the camera range. Like, she was just sitting there. It was kind of weird. Like, she has such an understanding of that, and it's crazy. Oh man. She will hide under the bed. That's adorable. Oh my God. So anyways, let's actually talk about this stuff over here. Do I want to do this, or do I want to leave that down there for people to actually know to type GoFundMe in the chat down below? I mean, what I could do is just this. Let's see. Let's try this. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's do that. Please consider donating for vet bills. Type GoFundMe in chat. Does that fit? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just fits. But yeah, again, anything that you guys can donate, I would appreciate drastically, because I mean, if you actually look in the, if you actually look at the link over here. Oh, nice. There you go. Join the Discord so you can check out Nutacon's beautiful, beautiful black cat. Adorable black cat. She's such a sweetheart. Wait, what did I just do over here? I'm trying to do this. That's weird that it does that, actually. Let me see. There we go. So if we go over here, like, oops, like so. So this is my cat, Jasmine, here, obviously. And, you know, I put a bunch of pictures in this here so you can see just how much it costs. The first bill I had to pay over here is $1,552 here. This was just for the exam. And then the itemized list of everything that I had to pay is over here. So this is, oh no, this is, well, this one just shows you, actually no, I have a better picture than that over here. This is after she got home. You can see she's a little scragglier. Oh man, but if you actually look at this one over here, this is everything that happened over here. You can see, oh, what's up, Zynak? Hey, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, anesthesia. This is the assessment to determine the anesthetic protocol, etc., etc. Block local. These were free over here. Well, this one wasn't. The nail trim was free, but they had to do fluids, full mouth dental X-ray, dental radiograph interpretation, biopsy, intraoral incisional, which basically means they actually cut open like the mouth. I'm not sure if it was cutting open down, like it was inside the mouth, and they had to scrape away a bunch of the bone that was growing, that was becoming the mass. And so my doctor said she cut away a bunch of the bone so that they could send to the radiologist to do the dental radiograph interpretation here. I think that's what it is. But yeah, so they're just waiting for the results of that right now. Originally, the estimate was a lot higher. The estimate was like 5.3. Oops. And it was because they were planning to remove some teeth, but they did not decide to do that. So. But there you go. This is the current situation here with Jasmine, and I appreciate everybody who's donated already, and you know, for everybody who's helped with Jasmine. But let's talk fighting games here, because I know that's what everybody wants to talk about a little bit more, especially with a lot of things going on right now. So obviously, if you guys haven't heard, Riot just had a bunch of layoffs where about half of the 2XKO team was let go. From what I had gathered, it sounded like there was about 80 people let go, which I heard was like half of their team. So there's probably about 160 people on the team. 80 of them were let go, and 80 of them remain. That's what I heard. Again, if anybody out there has like, no, James, you got it wrong, this is the real information, please let me know, because I don't want to spread any false information. Regardless, well, yeah, that is also true. Zynak says it's crazy large for a fighting game, a team for a fighting game. Zynak would know. Obviously, he's done a lot of work. I've had him on this stream before talking about rollback netcode, because he did a lot of the implementation for rollback for Guilty Gear Strive, actually. But as a result, you know, a bunch of people have been let go, including a bunch of my friends. In particular, like, you know, obviously Nerd Josh was let go. Pat the Flip, which is the surprising one, because Pat the Flip had been working with, Radiant Entertainment when they were working on God, why can't I ever remember names? What was the robot fighting game? The robot fighting game called Rising Thunder. Rising Thunder, that's what it was. So he was on the team before with Rising Thunder, and he got let go as well. He'd been working with them for 12 years, I think it is. And so, like, that's absolutely wild to me. But yeah, I mean, so obviously with this kind of thing happening, a lot of speculation has been going around. But again, before we get into that, I really, really hope that everybody on the team can land on their feet. I know there's been a lot of crazy layoffs, like one of their head character battle designers and stuff was let go. I don't know them personally. I don't need to know them personally. And I just really hope that all of them can, find a home, find a place to work and land on their feet. Like I know Nerd Josh moved out here to California, from the East Coast. So he came out here a long time ago, moved back East Coast, and then he came back out here, to work for Riot. And so like the reason why he's out here in super expensive land of Southern California, especially the Santa Monica area, which is where he's at, because he lives very close to me, it's tough, coming all the way out here and then all of a sudden finding out your job is kind of gone. So, yeah, like I really hope everybody on that team, lands on their feet, finds a home, and is able to continue working in the industry and such. I saw Nerd Josh being like, hey, anybody hiring for some QA? So funny story, says Inak. I did interview for Riot, and considering moving out there from Japan about 5 years ago. Wow. Okay. So you're still in Japan. Okay, that's actually really cool, Zynak. Really cool to hear that you're still out there. Yeah, like I said, like obviously there's a lot of talk about this, like what does it mean? Does this mean it's failing? Here are the reasons why it failed, and like ha 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 ha, take that Riot kind of things. But at the center of this whole entire story is 80 people getting laid off. And again, the gaming industry is so difficult. Studio layoffs happen all the time. Studio closures happen all the time. And it's just really an indication of how difficult it is to maintain a job in the game industry. And, a lot of that, in my opinion, has to just do with the fact that, it has become such a huge industry that larger companies like Epic and Rumbleverse and now Riot with 2XKO potentially, they're expecting huge numbers. I mean, a game like God of War, like the reboot or the pivot, I guess, because it's not a reboot, it's a sequel, but obviously they changed the style of it. But a game like that, selling 1 million copies is like bombing, basically, right? Like if you're a AAA company and you make a game, like the expectations are so ridiculously high. And, at the bottom of all this is just that video games are too expensive to make right now. And that really is a downside, in my opinion, of all the new technology and making the graphics better and making the this better. And that, like, man, like when we were back on the NES days, you could make a game that would just be the greatest game ever by like 3 or 4 people, programming this thing. And, it didn't require like hiring an entire orchestra to play the music. You know what I mean? Like it was literally, you got some lady and you're like, here's the synthesizer, here's your keyboard, go. And she just sat there and wrote a bunch of songs and that worked, right? But now it's like, let's hire a whole orchestra. Someone's got to write this music to do this and all this stuff, and all these people from all these different different areas, and it's crazy. Yeah, 2XKO doesn't have to be AAA, but that's the Riot philosophy. Riot essentially will not support games unless they consider it that. Like they just have this policy that if the game isn't like amazing and AAA, sometimes they'll cancel it, even like mostly through the project, you know? I mean, you can't say that Riot is not a AAA studio, right? Like, that's just impossible to say. So, oh yeah, when KI ended, yeah, I gotta imagine, dude. I gotta imagine. Oh, so you know, it's this, like, again, at the core of this story is 80 people getting laid off, and that should be the focus, right? Like, obviously, because we're fighting game players, there's a lot more to it, and you know, and things to understand and learn. But again, at the core of this issue is 80 people who have gotten let go. And honestly, if you guys are if anybody who happens to run into this stream ever is working for a dev studio and they're looking for people to hire, there are 80 talented people out there who just became available. So definitely try to hit them up, you know, and see if you can help them out so that they can help your game out as well. Because again, a lot of these guys are extremely talented, extremely smart, etc., etc. So having said that, right, obviously we do have to delve into all the implications about these layoffs. The number one is that, is 2XKO not doing well? I mean, the free-to-play model has yet to find a way to work for fighting games. They're selling skins for very large costs, like it was $50, but you know, it was multiple skins. You got a lot of extra things on the side, but the FGC is poor, one. And two, you know, a lot of times they just want to buy the one costume that they want, right? Like making them buy a costume and then getting a couple of other costumes for characters that they may never even play. Maybe they don't even own them yet, right? Like, I mean, you can use them offline and in training mode and stuff, but they're never going to take them online. So, you know, selling costumes for characters that they may never, ever touch, you know, is a tough one. So it's a third of the US games industry has been laid off in the past 2 years. Dude, it's crazy. It's wild, dude. The gaming industry is just such a tough situation. So but the question is the game not succeeding? Is it not making money? And again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not selling. It could just mean that it's not selling enough. Because honestly, like I said, you know, with a game like, you know, God of War, they need like billion sales, you know, or so. I might be exaggerating. I don't even know if I am exaggerating for a AAA game of that kind of stature. You know, I always use God of War as an example because I know somebody who worked on the first God of War. So it was just like, it always just comes up in my head. But, you know, Riot might not consider 2XKO a success if it's not selling like tons of stuff. I mean, and again, you know, this will kind of get into a little bit later. We'll get into a little bit later on, but kind of like how Capcom isn't doing stuff with like tie-ins from the game and the esports side of things. I mean, I'm surprised there weren't more. I don't know if there were. Maybe there were, and I just didn't see them. But bundles of like, hey, you buy a bunch of stuff in 2XKO, we give you a bunch of stuff in League of Legends for free. Or you buy a bunch of stuff in League of Legends and we give you a bunch of stuff in 2XKO for free. Because then, you know, if you buy something in League of Legends, you're like, I got all this free stuff in 2XKO. What's 2XKO? Oh, it's this crazy fighting game that I can download. I'll check it out. You know, or something like that. I'm surprised there wasn't a lot more cross-promotional stuff. Incredibly exhausting to be so excited to be making a new game, says Zynak, just to have it taken from you after 2 or 3 years. 10 years? I cannot imagine. Oof. Yeah, because these guys, some of these guys have been working on it for a very long time. So, the number free to play is more about retention. Yes. So people are saying the free to play, it doesn't sell, the business model is totally different. You know, free to play games are more about retention. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And they're about the whale model too, right? Like a lot of the times, you know, you are counting on the 1% to keep the game alive for the 99%, right? Because a lot of times the whales come in, they have money to burn, and so they just like, let me buy everything. And so, you know, perhaps they were trying to go for that model, which is why a lot of the packages were expensive, or the packages were expensive because they were trying really hard to recoup a lot of the money they spent. Regardless, it just didn't seem to work out well. Now, again, all of this is speculation, right? We don't know. We don't know if, like, maybe the game is doing great and they're just like, you know what, we could make even more money. Let's drop half the staff because the game is out. All you have to do now is just add characters, right? Like, you don't need this many people. That's absolutely a possibility. That they're just like, well, you know what? The majority of the work is done. Cut half the team, you know, like kind of thing. That could also be a possibility. So speculating on, you know, whether the game is doing well or not is a little bit hard to, you know, like be confident in. Most people will probably lean towards the fact that the game isn't doing as well with, you know, justification. But again, we don't necessarily ever really know unless someone potentially breaks NDA, right? Because that's another thing, is like, don't expect a lot of people to be coming out and being like, so let me tell you the inside scoop about 2XKO. This work condition was blah. Like, you can't expect that. There's a lot of NDAs that were signed just by default when you signed up for the company, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, don't expect a lot of people to just be jumping out and being like, this is what happened, you know, like, the closest thing Romano Cheese, Flashy Flash says it, is Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla is the closest one, but I'll get into that one in a little bit as well, because I think there's a reason why Brawlhalla can succeed that way, and some of these other games cannot, and it's a really interesting topic, so I'll get into that in a little bit. But again, we don't know necessarily what the reason is, right? But if we assume that the reason is that the game sales and the downloads, et cetera, weren't particularly high and didn't meet the expectations of what a company like Riot wants to do, you know, we do reach a point where we start analyzing all the little things. And honestly, from my perspective, I feel like 2XKO was kind of like, everybody before it came out, everyone's like, oh, dude, the Riot game's coming out. It's going to be big. It's going to take over, blah, 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 blah. And in my head, I'm just like, I almost kind of felt like it was doomed from the beginning. And not because of anybody working on it, but, you know, the game felt very, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I said this and someone from Riot was like, yeah, that's exactly how it was. It just didn't feel like it knew what it was trying to be. It was very personalityless, and it felt very much like, shoot, what do people want? Let's try, what should we? It felt very marketed. It felt very board meetinged, you know, in a lot of ways is the best way I can say it. The number one factor of that, and I 100% agree on this, is that the name 2XKO, like, I think hurt the game so much more than many people will probably think is possible. But I think the name 2XKO was just like, that was almost like, when I heard that name, it almost felt like it became like a death knell for me. Like I was so concerned about the name. And I know a lot of other people were too. I talked to one person, not directly on the 2XKO team, but I talked to somebody else who worked for Riot, and they were like, yeah, as soon as I heard that name, I kept trying to tell them, no, do not name it that. Do not name it that. Oh, no, it wasn't originally, it was just called Project L. They didn't have a name for it. It was just Project L. And then eventually the game came out as 2XKO, and everybody was confused, right? I mean, let's just put it this way. I knew the name was a problem. I mean, there's a lot of stories out there of people being like, 2XKO, what is that? You know, oh, it's a fighting game? What? Like nothing really jumped out at you. And I could tell because even when there was a lot of 2XKO news and within the FGC, there was a lot of hype for it on YouTube. When I was putting out videos myself, anything that had to do with 2XKO did not get clicked on. And I don't think it had anything to do with 2XKO's popularity or anything. It's just that for the layman, you see 2XKO on the title of a YouTube video, and that tells you nothing, and like it looks ugly, it feels ugly, like you don't even know how to pronounce it. And so like it just blurs away. It's kind of how I feel about numpad notation a lot of the times, you know, like you have numbers in the name and it's just like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't say anything. It requires like interpretation to know what the hell 2XKO even means, right? Dude, I kept saying that it should have been called the Runeterra Official Fighters League. The Runeterra Official Fighters League, so that the acronym would have been ROFL to go right along LOL, right? Like LOL and ROFL. Like if you mark, like, dude, I think that's like genius marketing, dude. I think that's genius marketing. The Runeterra Official Fighters League and League of Legends. So you have ROFL and LOL, and like that already creates memes, and people will just be like, oh, I get it, ROFL and LOL. And ROFL, Runeterra Official Fighters League, is now automatically in people's brains, right? And it's a name that's just works, right? The tags remind me of like some Bitcoin, yeah. And too awkward to say. I mean, I loved it when people started, you know, I almost wanted people officially to call it Dos Equis more often, but that would have created other problems in its own way. So, you know, but the fact that the Spanish community had to call it Dos Equis is kind of funny. But again, like, the name I felt like was one of the, you know, hardest things for it, because like it didn't say anything, it has no meaning, it has no message. You know, it's why, you know, a person like me gets so caught up on logos and the names of things, you know, because I am obsessed with having things give a message, because again, you know, people will tell you logos in the end don't matter. But like, for me, like, when a logo is trying to become popular, it has to have a feeling or something to it. A name has to have a feeling to it, like having a story to it, or you know, or something clever, or, you know, something like that. I think it's so important, you know? Yeah, and 2XKO didn't really have an abbreviation, right? Like Street Fighter being SF, Mortal Kombat being MK, Tekken just being, I mean, T whatever, or even TK. I've seen it as TK before. But what was the abbreviation for 2XKO? It was, I don't know. Like, nobody typed 2X as the abbreviation for it. Everyone always typed out 2XKO. So, like, when you're talking about it, you don't go like, oh, dude, what's your favorite SF character? What's your favorite MK character? Like, but nobody was ever like, what's your favorite 2K character? You know, like 2XKO, you had to say. The only one that I've heard people call it Tuco. Like, oh, have you tried Tuco? But like that sounds awful. Like that doesn't make any sense, you know? Like the name, oh my God, the name was such a problem. But again, it goes way beyond that. It's like I said, it's a symptom, in my opinion, of the lack of cohesion for this game. Because as much as I hate to say it, I think making it a tag game was a mistake. Especially with active tagging as well. Because as I was talking to Olaf about this a little bit earlier, tag games, I was like, you know, tag games are grimy, they're dirt, and Olaf was like, dude, just say it. Like what I always say, tag games are bullshit, right? And that's exactly right. Tag games are bullshit. They are always full of the grimiest things, the dirtiest mechanics, unblockables, like just the cheesiest things. Like, this is what a tag game generally is. And the thing about it is, the number of fighting game players that play tag games is a niche. It is a small group of people in the FGC. Why? Because there are only certain people who can handle tag games, right? A lot, like, if you like bullshit, you like tag fighters. And most people will play a tag fighter, get hit by an unblockable or a hard to blockable or some grimy ass mix up, and they're just like, I'm done, right? And so, like, the hard part is that what you could, so this is my interpretation of how things went. Here's a game. Rising Thunder was designed in a way with single button special moves and stuff. It was designed in a way to try to make fighting games accessible, a little bit more easier for beginners to absorb into. And so they got taken to do 2XKO, and they started doing that. I'm not sure where the decision to go into tag was, but what it started to feel like was happening was that the drive to keep the game as beginner friendly as possible and the drive to show that the game can still be crazy and broken and, you know, and executionally difficult the way that fighting game players love fighting games. It felt like those two sides were battling over one battlefield, basically. And in the end, nobody won. Like, literally, it just got split into, like, two territories. Like, again, whenever I talk about fighting games, and when I talk about stuff like, I want to make the next Rival Schools, I want to make the next Darkstalkers, etc., you'll notice something funny about the way that I talk about them. Because people will ask me, oh, cool, like, how will, like, oh, like, what will you make the characters do in Rival Schools? And I'm like, I have no idea. And right now, I don't care. Because the way that I would design a fighting game is you have to have the vision and you have to know what you're trying to give the group of people that will enjoy your game what they want. Again, Skullgirls, great example. Talked to Mike Z long time ago before the game came out. And I told him, your game is too complicated. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, when I was playing one of the beta versions, he was like, what are you talking about? Like, you like X-Men Street Fighter, like, you like complicated things. And I was like, yeah, but this is like on a different level. Like, every character, you needed a different combo and all this stuff. And this was when there was only 6 characters, you know, all this stuff. And basically I said to him, and someone else who was with him at the time echoed what I was trying to say perfectly, which is what he said was, no, you don't understand, Mike. James is telling you that, yes, you kind of have to make your game worse to make it so that more people will play it. Because what I was telling Mike is I was like, I want your game to be played by 1,000 people at Evo. I want 1,000 entrants for Skullgirls. And he said, I would rather have like 10 people love my game than 1,000 people like my game. And I was like, as long as that's what you say, then I have no other argument. And years later, you know, we have the situation where Mike is like, why isn't my game at Evo? Why aren't more people playing this game? And like, hello, you know, and there was another fighting game that was being made, and the developer decided to change something about the game, and I told them, you can't do that to your game. I was like, you are defeating the purpose of your game. Again, I was looking at it from this viewpoint of, what is your game trying to be? What is it selling to the people who are going to play it? And I said, you can't introduce this because it makes your game too complicated. And that is not the point of your game. And the developer was like, no, I'm the developer. Like, I know what the point of my game is, so I'm going to do that. And eventually the game came out. They released a patch that simplified a bunch of the mechanics and stuff that were in the game, which I thought was good. They did a good job. And when I saw the developer after that patch came out, I was like, hey, good job on the patch. And their immediate response was, you were right, James. You were absolutely right. He's like, I'm man enough to admit it. Like, and I didn't even say anything. Like, I wasn't even bragging. Like, they were just like, you were right. Like, straight up, right? And so, like, you have to understand what market you're going for. And so, like, you know, when Street Fighter 6 and everybody's complaining about it, but like, they understand the market that they're trying to go after, right? So modern controls, you know, throw loops, all these kind of things that are in this game, they knew what they were going after, and they've been consistent with that. They have a vision, and so now the game is successful. Street Fighter V was the exact opposite. The only vision for Street Fighter V when it first came out is apologize for everything that everybody's mad about Street Fighter 4. That was the vision of Street Fighter 5. And that game came out and was like, what is this? And they figured it out eventually, which helped them parlay a lot of that into Street Fighter 6. So, you have to have a vision. And I don't think 2XKO had that. Because And you know, I don't want to get too into the whole one button special move thing, but I will tell you this right now, that 2XKO is without question the most executionally difficult fighting game I have ever played. And I love execution. I love execution. But 2XKO is the hardest fighting game I've ever played when it comes to execution. And I'll get into that in a little bit more later when I have a chance to talk about this a little bit more. But you have this game where you introduce single button special moves. You're like, is part of your vision, we want to get League of Legends players playing 2XKO. Is that part of the vision? I don't know. You can't tell with the game because they barely did any crossover promotion. And there's no way anybody who plays a MOBA would be able to jump into 2XKO and feel comfortable, right? So this is what I mean. What's your vision? Who is your audience? Who are you trying to sell this game to? And unfortunately, another fighting game that was just like this was PlayStation All-Stars. It was a game that they didn't know their market. They tried to make it complicated like a fighting game, but simple like Smash Brothers, and they ended up appealing to nobody, right? You have to know who you are targeting, and you have to understand, and if you are going to be executionally difficult like 2XKO is, you've just got to go full into that, right? Their recent announcement that the game is going to get simplified So the game that you're playing now might not be the game that you were playing in a future patch. I don't even know if that patch is still happening, but that is a bad sign. Because clearly it means they didn't know what they wanted the game to be. And a lot of the stuff that they did went in the face of potentially of what they did want the game to be, which was something people could pick up and play. Right? And again, like, when I talk about executional difficulty, all right, let's talk about that first. Let's talk about the one button special moves and the execution problem, because I have a lot to say about this. Which means I need water, because I am going to be talking for a long time. There's nothing intuitive about the controls at all, whatsoever. Okay? I'm just gonna say this. This is the reason why I haven't been able to get into the game. Every time I pick it up, I feel like I am battling the controls more often than I'm even trying to lab the game or figure out cool stuff. Just to do combos that I see other people do is such a... It's a trial, right? And, you know, a lot of people are going to be like, James, well, it's because you're used to motion inputs. And no, it's that's not it at all. The problem with it is, right now, is that there is no categorization in your head for the things that you can do in 2xKO. Because honestly, what makes a special move different than a normal move in 2xKO right now? That is the key question to ask. There are special moves and there are normal moves, but only because fighting games have special moves and normal moves. There is no reason that S1 and S2 are something different. The buttons just should have been called light, medium, heavy, heavy 2, and heavy 3. Because you're chaining into them just the same. And if you jump between characters, the directions don't even match between characters. Some characters will have a down S2 in the air, and other characters don't. Some characters will have a forward and S1 on the ground, and other characters don't. Literally, the S buttons are just normal moves again. They're just more normal moves that are cooler, and sometimes not even cooler. Because when you have characters that have big old axe swings, and then you hit the special button, they kind of go ching. Like, the normal move feels more special than the special move, right? So without the ability to categorize these things, I could not naturally do anything. So like I would think, oh shoot, I'm supposed to do big button move. What the hell was it? It felt like a heavy, I hit heavy. Or I need to do this and it felt like it was a down and light and I just do down and like it. There was nothing about it that felt like I could categorize the differences between them. When you are playing Smash Brothers, up and B for everybody goes this way, or at least helps you get back to the stage, right? Side and B, always attack that hits you in the front. Down and B was always the unique, whoa, this character has a cool down and B. Like down and B was the button that you were like, okay, what does this do? And neutral B was always something kind of a little bit weaker, or just like a fireball, kind of a wear down kind of tool, or like charge the monkey punch or whatever, Donkey Kong punch or whatever like that. But there was a category with every direction of the special moves, and every character had those 4 special moves. If you jump from one character to the next, it was the same 4 buttons. To the point where when somebody's up and B didn't do the thing that you expected, like Ness, it was the exception. But that's how you could treat it. You felt like it was an exception. The hardest part about 2xKO is every character is an exception to a non-existing rule. every character in 2XKO is an exception to a non-existing rule, right? Like, here's a question. Why is Yasuo's downward slash hold S2? When I first saw that move, I couldn't see how to do it. It looks like down S2. Yasuo doesn't have a down S2. Why is it hold S2? Why? Why was it hold S2? Right? His Rekka, S1, S1, S2. Why is it that? Why isn't it S1, S1, down S1? Right? Same controller, and now the last one, down S1, goes. You can't do that down S1 by itself. So, like, why did they make you go from S1 to S2? What is the reason for that? Why is it that when I use Blitzcrank and I do the rocket punch, that's standing S1, and when I do the anti-air grab, it's down in S1, but when I use Blitzcrank as an assist, neutral assist is the straight one, and back assist is the anti-air one? Like, the problem with it is there's no rhyme or reason why anything was put on any button anywhere. And so when I'm playing the game, I can't at a moment's notice be like, oh shoot, I'll try canceling into a fireball, do this, because I haven't built the muscle memory to know that this button is fireball or whatever. Like, nothing feels natural. The only reason why you would make it so that holding S2 is the downer one is for difficulty. That's it. Just to add it so you can't mash it. It is designed to be an anti-mashing move. And so you're forcing a little bit of execution in there. But again, who are you making this game for? It's like when Ultra Street Fighter 2 came out on the Switch, right? They were like, you know what? Pros hate the forward to down motion, you know, with Ken and with Zangief, because every time they try to do, like, Ken tries to do walk up and sweep and he ends up doing the stupid funky kick. So let's do the smart thing. Let's actually fix those things, because that's what top players want. And now here's Violent Ken and Evil Ryu, and they just break the game. Like, who did you make this for? Who are you making this for? You put something in there that would make people happy, especially longtime fans, and then you add two characters to the game that just absolutely are overpowered beyond all reasoning. Who are you making this game for? I don't know why people are not thinking about that enough, right? Because it feels like they're trying to make the game for everybody. And again, another reason why I talk about heart games and mind games, and I have a lot of people telling me that there's no difference. But one of the reasons why I talk about that is because this is important when you're making a fighting game as well. Are you trying to appeal to the heart players or the mind players or the body players or the execution players, right? Like, when you make a Marvel game, you don't really care as much about the mind and the heart as much as the execution, as the body, right? Like, and you cater to the heart a little bit more because the game is frantic and the people who play that style will enjoy this type of game, right? And so who are you making the game for is so important. And for 2XKO, like I said, I don't know who they're making it for. Winter Soldier, you say they make it for League players. There are no cross promotions between League and 2XKO, and there's no way that anybody who plays 2XKO for League of Legends will be able to play 2XKO because it's too complicated. And honestly, I think the one button special moves made it really bad, because the other thing too is that you limit what you are able to assign to buttons, right? Because you can't make a 9-button game. And so you gotta, like, okay, so how do we squeeze this in? Motions give you extra buttons. And not only that, but it gives you variations of moves, right? As soon as you add quarter circle forward, like, you can, like, if you don't want differences in strength, then quarter circle forward, light, medium, and heavy are 3 different special moves. And you have that all contained within buttons. And now you can feel like the special moves are different than the normals. Because like I said, right now, the special move buttons don't feel like special moves. Invincible has a character that has a special move that changes into a normal, which kind of even exacerbates the problem because now I can kind of reverse beat as well. When you have single, I played a version of Invincible with the motion controls and it felt way better because I could feel the difference between normals and specials all of a sudden. But the way that 2XKO designed, there is no reason to call those buttons Special 1 and Special 2. There's literally no reason. They're just more moves. And they have the same thing. Some of them will have a down in that. Some of them have a forward in that. Some of them will have a back in that, right? That's just like unique attacks. It's the same thing as unique attacks, right? So like the one button control scheme, and then they added a bunch of mechanics like tag, like parry. And so now you need even more buttons so that, for example, when you are playing the game and you try to call an assist, in order to use one of the different assists, you have to hold back or neutral instead of maybe having 2 assist buttons or something, you know, or something like that, or maybe even 2 combinations of buttons, right? Like maybe assist plus light is one assist, assist plus medium is the other assist, right? You lose your ability for button combinations because you have your light, medium, and heavy, and now light, medium, and heavy plus a special move button activates supers. And so what this actually leads to is that when you are trying to learn 2XKO from an executional standpoint, there is nothing intuitive or natural to what you are doing. You are literally just inputting a code, right? And it's weird because like that's true for all of these games. But the thing about it is, because assists have neutral and back assist, which means you have to be careful if you're holding straight down or down back to call the right one, if you happen to do a crouching move into it or whatever like that. Like, I spent a lot of time playing 2XKO being like, okay, I gotta hit down and H to launch them, and then when I jump, I need to keep holding down, hold H to do the charge down H, but then I wanna call the back assist, so now I have to hit back and assist 1, and then I wanted to do the move where Caitlyn like shoots herself with a rocket, but I'm not sure, like, am I supposed to hold forward because I'm crossed it up? Like, so do I do forward in this direction or back in this direction? And so like you're literally just memorizing like 2H, jumped down 2, hold A, like you're just trying to map out the sequence. And you know, as much as difficult as motions add to games, like it makes it so that it's just more intuitive because you can tell the difference of, you know, canceling a normal into a special. So when you think of a move as a special move, you know you gotta do a motion, right? Another thing too, I just thought of something, I just had something and it just dropped out of my head, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just kind of like crazy. Like, it's not natural. There's nothing about it. Like for example, the assisting, like every cool thing that I tried to develop with the assist, well, it's because I was using Blitzcrank. The best thing that Blitzcrank had was the back assist. So everything that I had to do had to have a back assist in there. So I couldn't just use Yasuo or Caitlyn and just call the assist. I had to like do this and then think, oh, that's right, I have to hit back an assist. And then that would mess up my timing for everything else. Now, don't get me wrong. This is all 100% learnable. 100% learnable. If I put more time into it, I would have these combos down pat. No problem. No problem. Right? And that's it's not the concern is that you'll never learn it or whatever. the concern is that the only way to get past it is through rote memorization. Again, because you have to hit forward, neutral, down, up, whatever, in like so many different things. It's literally dit, 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 dit. And you just kind of have to keep doing it until it becomes muscle memory. One of my most favorite things about like watching high level Guilty Gear and stuff is when someone just lands something and they're like, shit, I think this works. And they just kind of do it and it works. Like, I'm sure a lot of the top players in 2XKO can do that, but I don't know. For me, again, this could just also be a me problem, but it doesn't feel like it's intuitive enough. Because again, like, I kept hitting H to do specials. I kept hitting assist to do specials. I kept hitting special 1 to do assists because, like I said, my brain couldn't logically categorize the moves into things. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like I'm one of those people that categorizes everything. Like in the end, like everything that exists, I kind of understand it because I put them into categories and like I use my own, crazy logic to sort things. And there was something about 2XKO, I couldn't sort the moves into categories for me. So every time I try to do everything off of instinct, I would always hit the wrong button. You know what I mean? Right, you put in special motions even if they aren't explicitly required. So that's the other thing. So I mean, like the execution is just really, like I said, it's the hardest. Like I rage more trying to do 2XKO's combos than I do any other game. Right, and I can do all the hard stuff. Like you asked me to do MVC3 combos, you asked me to do KOF 13 combos. May take me a bit, but I'll get there, and it is intuitive. Like it gets to the sure you have to memorize. Is it quarter circle forward or quarter circle back? But if it's a fireball, it just feels like a quarter circle forward. I mean, obviously that's because of decades of hammering it in, but motions tend to try to make sense to the way the special move feels. Like, even in other games where there are single button special moves, and even in 2XKO, having something be a forward plus a special or a back plus a special feels different. Like it feels like, a back one will be more defensive, the forward one will be more aggressive. So, they do put a lot of that stuff in there. But again, like, the other thing, too, is that keeping everything in as few buttons as possible, which you can do with motions, helps me keep it, like, localized. I don't know what it is. Like, I mean, you look how much trouble I'm having DIing things. The biggest problem I have with DIing things is that nothing feels natural. So whenever I have to counter a DI, my hand doesn't know what to do. It just doesn't know what to do. Even if I do see it miraculously, my hand doesn't know what to do. And, keeping everything localized, I feel like is so powerful. And, with games like 2XKO, even City of the Wolves right now, which kind of requires like 7 buttons, it's like, my brain doesn't have the ability to put things into chunks and know that this is how this feels and that's how that feels. So like, I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to people, if other people feel this way. But I've seen a lot of people have trouble with the controls in 2XKO. And so just like said, if you are going to make it so that you have to put that much effort into doing the combos, again, who is your audience? You made single button special moves. That's what Rising Thunder did. Rising Thunder was explicitly said that the single button special moves were put in there to take the execution away and bear things down to the strategy so that, people who couldn't do quarter circle forwards and stuff could play fighting games. They get bought out by Riot. you assume they're going to try to do the same thing, and they end up with a game that's more executionally complicated than most other fighting games. So again, who was your audience? who was the audience? Who was the audience? You know what I mean? Like that's the question, right? And then, God, there was somebody who said something here that I really wanted to respond to over here. Well, 2XKO not being on Steam is another issue. Because if you're trying to appeal to the fighting game community, you better put your game on Steam, okay? Like, I mean, Epic, look what happened to Samurai Showdown when it was only on Epic, right? Rumbleverse had that problem because it was only on the Epic Game Store. And so if you're going to try to market 2XKO, I mean, you already were willing to put it out on consoles. Just put the dang thing on Steam, dude. Like, just put it on Steam. Oh, man. God, what was it? What were we talking about? We were talking about, like, all the different execution and all this stuff like that, and I'll probably remember it in a little bit, but you know, the question always comes down to is who are you marketing this game for? That is the important thing, right? So what is the point of single button specials when it complicates your game so much that you have to have a back and assist and a neutral assist as opposed to, say, assist plus L and assist plus M, or even just assist and then assist plus L is a different assist, right? You know, kind of a thing, you know, something, right? Like there's lots of ways you could do it, because if you had motions, you don't need 2 special move buttons, and that frees up a lot of buttons for other combinations that allow you to do things more simply than assist or back and assist in the middle of combos, which are different timings, because there were literally some Yasuo combos that I wanted to do, but were kind of impossible because I had to do back and assist. Because I wanted to make Yasuo go into a stance and then call Blitzcrank assist. But while in stance, even if you hit down back, Yasuo moves to the side. So there was no way for me to make Yasuo go into a stance, wait, call back Blitzcrank assist, and then have Yasuo continue, because I had to hit back and assist. And back and assist would make Yasuo dash backwards and put me out of position. Like, there was just no solution to that at all. You know? Making the special moves charge, not necessarily. I think it would make it weirder, because people hate charge moves. People just hate charge moves. Just hitting buttons is actually the best way, people think nowadays, with all the hitboxes being so popular. There is a little truth to that too, because now hitboxes make it even look more like people are just mashing buttons. Oh God. Who was this game being made for, right? Okay, I had like 3 other things. I knew if I started talking about the execution stuff, I would get riled up and I would just end up focusing on that and forget everything else. I should have wrote all this down. Oh yeah. So the tag mechanic, right? Like I was saying, the tag mechanic is going to be grimy automatically. And this is the thing, right? Like, you're talking about, like, a target audience is Arcane fans, right? But you know, that could be legit, because obviously they put Caitlyn in there, you know, Vi and Echo, etc. I don't know who else is in it because I've never seen it, although I heard it was very good. But as soon as you make it a tag fighter, especially with active tag, like, you're basically saying, okay, we're trying to make this game appeal to League of Legends fans, to Arcane fans, and really to be that game that unites everybody, and like, you'll bring in the casuals because there's so many League of Legends fans and everything like that. And then you just made it as grimy. And again, there's nothing wrong with being a grimy game. There's absolutely nothing. We love grimy fighting games. Grimy fighting games are the ones that last the longest, mind you. We make grimy fighting games, but then that's counterintuitive to the drawing in of new players, right? So again, like, what was the decision for that? What was the reason for that? Who are you trying to sell the game to? Dynamic mode in Street Fighter 6 is the dumbest thing like ever created for fighting games. But who are they marketing that game to? They're marketing Street Fighter 6 to everybody. They want everybody to play. And if that means creating a dynamic mode so people at holiday parties and whatever can smash buttons and it looks like their character's doing something, dynamic mode is in. And they have a vision. They know who their audience is. They know who they're trying to market this game to. And it's working. And you know what? They're not ignoring the top players because they're using the marketing towards everybody to support the top players by turning them into fans of the esport, right? So like, there's just this loop. Like, they have this good idea. The only thing that they could do to make it better, well, the one thing that they could do to make it better is to have the esports division and the game division talk more so they can do more stuff like, hey, sell costumes to help this and da-da-da-da-da. That is always going to be the number one complaint about, Street Fighter 6 right now. But again, like, they know who they're marketing the game to, and again, when you design a fighting game, not even a fighting game, any game, you have to know what you are trying to give the players that you want to play the game. You have to know what you're trying to give them. And again, like I said, it feels very disjointed with 2XKO because it felt like they wanted to try to give them, they didn't try to give them everything. They tried to give them this and this and this and this, even though these two were antithetical to each other. They tried to give everything by making it appeal to a bunch of different niches. That's different than trying to appeal to everybody. Appealing to everybody is not the same as appealing to many differing specific niches. And so if that's what you're going for, the game, like I said, is not going to succeed. Like I said, PlayStation All-Stars, it's the exact same thing. It's the exact, like, Smash Brothers works because, yes, it can be played at the super high level, but it is at its heart just a crazy button smashing kind of game. Like, you could still kill, steal kills and do all these stupid items and da-da-da. And, like, PlayStation All-Stars tried to put in real combos and you could only kill with supers. And it's just like, wait, what? So, like, you don't appeal to the button mashers anymore. And it's hard to appeal to the top level guys, so, like, who are you trying to appeal to anymore? Like, it was weird. Like, I'm just not sure. Another thing, honestly, and you feel like that this would be actually the opposite, but while you can find success with the correct license, I think licensed fighting games have an extremely limited appeal. I think they have very limited appeal. People are always like, oh, that'd be so sick if we had Sonic fighters or if we had Transformers fighters or, like 2K, like League of Legends fighters and stuff. But when you make a licensed fighting game, you're trying to appeal to people who don't play fighting games, right? You're like literally trying to appeal to people, especially when it's something like 2XKO. You're trying to appeal to a group of people who don't play fighting games, right? And most importantly, is that fighting games currently, and justifiably so, have a reputation of being very difficult to master. Like, oh my God, you have to spend so much time, and or you know, and what the casual audience thinks of fighting games is not what we think of fighting games. Okay? I've talked about this a million times about my commentary philosophy. So I'm not going to go into that again because I'm just going to get angry again. But the general public already doesn't like fighting games. When the Invincible fighting game was announced, did you guys see what the Twitterverse looked like? Did you see what the Twitter sphere looked like? It was angry. Everybody was mad. They were like, I wanted an adventure game with the Invincible characters. Oh, it's another fighting game? Like, people got mad. People got mad. And it's because a lot of people just don't want to play fighting games. And so when you tie it to something that exists, and those fans wanted something else, making it a fighting game is not an appeal. It's actually a negative kind of thing, right? Because, and this actually goes into this actually, I really want to talk about it here, is if you play a Invincible adventure game and you get to use all these characters, eventually your character gets stronger and you feel like you're getting better. I've said this a million times. Video games do a tremendous job tricking you into thinking you're getting better at the game. And so when you go play a one-player adventure game, you're going to have fun, you're going to get better, more powerful, you're going to do cool stuff. But if you play a fighting game, like what do? You have to jump online and play, and you just die and lose to everybody, right? Like, it's just like there's this kind of like work kind of associated with fighting games. And so by licensing something into a fighting game, I feel like you're giving it twice as much work. The reason why, and if you look at what, like, someone posted up a post, here are the most popular fighting games right now. They're Street Fighter, Tekken, Guilty Gear, and Mortal Kombat. Like, even whatever you think about MK1, Mortal Kombat still sells millions of copies, right? What do all four of those games have in common? They have nothing to do with any other genre of video game. So if you see a new Street Fighter, you know exactly what you are getting into. Even if you don't like fighting games, you're like, I like Street Fighter, but Street Fighter is a fighting game. So you buy Street Fighter 6 expecting a fighting game. It's nothing else. Tekken is nothing else. If you love Tekken and a new Tekken game comes out, that's what you're gonna play. And so I said I was gonna get back to it. There is a reason why I think Brawlhalla is succeeding. Because Brawlhalla has nothing to do with any genre or anything else. It's its own standalone thing. And so when you approach Brawlhalla, you're like, oh, this is a platform fighter. I don't associate these characters with anything else. I didn't want these Brawlhalla characters in this adventure game or that adventure game, or I don't want Brawlhalla Kart. You know what I mean? Like, you jump into it knowing it's a fighting game. And when you play a lot of other games, there is that element that you see from people who are like, ugh, I didn't want this to be a fighting game kind of thing. Now, people are mentioning a lot of things, right? Like Dragon Ball Fighters. But Dragon Ball has always been fighting, right? Even on the Super Nintendo days, it was always fighting, right? Like, Dragon Ball kind of falls into that category, and yet, as well as Dragon Ball Fighters did, that Arena Fighter that came out afterwards outsold Dragon Ball Fighters by a lot. By a lot. This is the key point of the inherent problem in creating a fighting game. If you develop a game that appeals to an audience of very high-level players, then there's a good chance that casuals will be lost due to prerequisites that require a lot of practice. Yeah, and that's why Arxis made the choice to abandon tradition with Strive, which is why I never fault the game for changing, because they were trying. And you know what? Strive sold more than any other Guilty Gear game. Right? Like, did they do anything wrong? I mean, for those people who are like, this is not my Guilty Gear. Okay, that's fine. It's everybody else's Guilty Gear. Right? And in the end, these companies are making money. You love Soul Calibur. Guess what happened? Are we ever getting a new Soul Calibur? I don't know. But thanks to Strive, we are probably guaranteed we're going to get more Guilty Gear, right? So, like, you know, you have to remember that these things are products. Even Harana said that. One of the main reasons Tekken was surviving when Soul Calibur was their moneymaker and Tekken was like the redheaded stepchild was because he was at the company and he was invested in Tekken and he kept pushing to make more Tekkens. And so that's the reason why Tekken was able to survive during that period of time. How big of an impact do you think the bad netcode had on DBFZ? Pretty decent size, for sure. But it still sold well. Again, it still sold well. But again, Dragon Ball has a background of fighting. Marvel, the Marvel games. So I'll tell you this right now. X-Men Children of the Atom, not that popular. Marvel superheroes, not super popular. X-Men versus Street Fighter, kind of got a little more popular, I feel like. You know, like, by tying it to Street Fighter, again, if you are like, hey, I'm going to go play this game called Marvel versus Capcom, and, you know, you see Ryu and Chun-Li in the game, you're like, oh, okay, it's a fighting game, right? I hope Marvel Tokon does well. But, like, you can't underestimate the power of something being known as a fighting game. I argued with somebody one time that I felt like Street Fighter was like one of the only properties in the fighting game genre that could take fighting game to the next level. We're seeing that literally right now in Street Fighter 6. This argument happened before Street Fighter 6 was even released. But their argument was, no, you could just get any franchise, a popular franchise, and if you make it a proper fighting game and a good fighting game, it will take off. And one of the examples he gave was like you could make a Fast and the Furious fighting game. But do you know how mad everybody would be if there was a Fast and the Furious a video game, and it wasn't a racing game? Do you know how mad everybody would be? You are already creating negative press for your game by just picking the genre, right? And so, yeah, we are in the situation where there's a lot of nostalgia, but you can fight that. Like, just create a fighting game with, like, its own world. A lot of American players didn't know anything about Guilty Gear. Strive was probably the introduction to a lot of people about Guilty Gear, right? Like, let's face it, Guilty Gear did not sell in America, really. It's just, like, I feel like people aren't. So if you're going to make a game like 2XKO, the point of using the license, when you are a licensed fighting game, and this is what Smash Brothers does right. Smash Brothers is the ultimate licensed fighting game, and it feels like, you know, like all the other things. What if we made all the Nintendo characters fight each other? You know, like, it's the ultimate, but let's face it, it was never meant to be played the way the Smash scene plays the game. And in fact, Sakurai was so against it, he put tripping in the game in Smash Brothers Wii U or Smash Brothers Brawl to piss off the professionals. Like, he was actively fighting them in Brawl because he didn't want the game to go that way. So again, Nintendo, Sakurai, knew who they were selling the game to. They were selling the game to people who want to smash buttons and see cool shit happen with their characters. That's all they were doing. And again, the game does such a... Oh, I still have to do the stream where I talk about why Smash Brothers is the greatest fighting game ever. Like, ever. It's the most intelligently designed, most just like chef's kiss fighting game ever made. I still need to do the stream on that. But again, they knew who their audience was. They were never marketing to hardcore people, right? I mean, Nintendo practically ignores that whole scene. When has Nintendo partnered with a tournament kind of thing? Like, never, right? Like, they don't care because it doesn't matter. That's not who they're marketing the game to. So if you're making a game with a license, the worst thing you can do is make it hard. That's one of the worst things you can do is make the game hard. It's because you've created the license is meant to draw in people who don't play fighting games. That is the whole point of the license, which is again why it's different when it's Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat, because you are drawing in people who play fighting games because that's the only thing those games do, right? And so when you have a license, the power of the license is to get people to play your game who like the license, not the genre. And if you're going to do that, the game had better be a lot more beginner friendly. It has to be. And that will be upsetting to a lot of fighting game fans, sure. But do you think Nintendo at any point is like, man, I really regret not supporting Smash Brothers and letting them play it at EVO? Like, do you even think that that's even a conversation that comes up at Nintendo at any time? Because in the end, these companies are making money. And in the end, even if you make a great fighting game, if it doesn't make money, you don't get another fighting game. Like, that's what happens. That's what happens, right? And it doesn't even have to be less execution barriers. It just means that the game has to be more playable by beginners. You can create a high ceiling. There's nothing wrong with having a high ceiling, but you create a game like 2XKO, again, licensed, designed to attract people who don't play fighting games, and you give it some of the grimiest active tag stuff, like, what? He's on, wait, oh, and then like hard to blockable overhead lows and Echo who's rewinding time, and you like, people are gonna go online and they're just gonna get slaughtered, and like, it just like they'll quit. They will quit right away. Like, imagine a fighting game that was all oops, all fuerte, right? Like, if Street Fighter 4 was oops, all fuerte, nobody would play that game. Even if the matches were sick and and fuerte is hard to use, high execution, nobody would play this game. Because fuerte makes people quit fighting games. And tag fighters make people quit fighting games, right? Even if you have something like Marvel, and this is something that Home to Potemkin was talking about, and I was kind of arguing with him on Twitter at one point, but he's right about this. Like, a lot of the old Marvel games, you hit 2 buttons and all 3 of your characters come out and they shoot giant lasers and go crazy, and you get 200 hit combos by hitting 2 buttons. Like, that's important. That is so important. The fact that if you play UMBC 3's combo trials, Every character can do launch, medium, medium, heavy, special. MMHS. Every character. Launch, no timing required, MMSH. Every single character had that combo in their trial. Sorry, Jasmine. Shut this thing up. So again, there is like an understanding, like the reason why assist existed was not to have crazy mix-ups, it was to give you a one-button special move. There is nothing about MVC2 that ended up being the game that they thought they were making. They were just making a game, and they're like, okay, you can hit this button, and now you have a one-button special move because people don't like motion, so like, we'll just put in one-button special move. So now, if you just pick Commando, I can just hit this button, and pow, and it hits everything, right? Like, they weren't thinking about, well, if we make Psylocke assist go up, and then Commando assist hits here, you know, the people who want to, you know, who play against Psylocke will have to understand they have to attack from a little bit more in the front instead of directly above. But if you're fighting against the Commando anti-air assist, you have to get above them so that one will miss you. But then there's Cyclops who goes diagonal, but that's why we're gonna make it so the Cyclops, they didn't do any of that. They were like, yeah, you hit a button, pow, cool, ship it. Like, that's what happened. The execution heavy factor of it was not anything that was designed. It was not anything intentional. The game was meant to be a party game. I dropped my controller and I got a 100 hit combo, right? Like literally the first day I was playing it on the Dreamcast, even though I know like how to play these games, I dropped my controller and I got a 100 hit combo. Because it accidentally hit both assist buttons and all three guys came out and shot the other guy across the screen. And like who are you marketing the game for, right? And so it's proof that you can make a game appeal to people who don't like fighting games, but still have the ability to turn it into something crazy. Smash Brothers, again, proof of this, right? These games exist and show you that you can make games that are easy to play and then can grow. But if you don't understand, and this is where I think, like I said, the 2XKO messaging got mixed up, is that they weren't doing enough to market the game to the non-fighting game players. They added, you know, Pulse and, you know, other, oh, hi, Jasmine. Oh, here's my poor cat that needs help. Hi. Look, she's got her shaved arm over here because she needed to have the fluids pumped into her while she was, you know, going under and stuff. Hi, Jasmine. Good girl, good girl. You know, but like, I don't feel like they understood, like the two solo fuses, that's the word, the fuses. Like, they're like everybody says they're not even competitive, right? And so when you go and play like the single fuse and stuff like that, like everybody else is doing all this grimy shit and you're not doing much. And, you know, as Olaf was talking to me about it, it's like the combos have gotten so complicated in that game that, you know, they gave the single characters a lot more health and you still die in 2 touches, right? So it just like... And the crazy thing is that when you fight the duos, if you kill one of the characters, they can still call the assist. So like, you, like, even if you're a solo fuse and you kill one of the characters, you don't gain an advantage out of that. They can still call the assist, which is always still really weird to me. Again, like, I don't, like, who are you making this game for? Who are you making this game for? You know, that's the question you have to ask yourself. It's not, you can't try to appeal to both ends. You know what I mean? You have to understand, you can't target multiple niches. And you have to understand, do you want your players to be able to smash buttons and have fun? Do you want only the hardcore people to play this? Do you want it to even have that level at the highest level at all? Do you want your League of Legends players to play it? Do you want the fighting? Like, and sometimes the answers are going to exclude each other, right? Because you're not going to be able to say, well, I want all the casual people to play it, but then I want all other fighting game players. Like, you know, a lot of people are mad at Marvel Tokon, and the way that I see Marvel Tokon right now is that game is not being marketed for the hardcore fighting game community. It's doing so many smart things to appeal to casual players. You know, it's very easy to do combos with button mashing. There's a storyline when you play the game. You start with 2 characters, and now you're like, I want more characters so I can do cooler things. So I'm going to try to throw them, or I'm going to try to combo them near the wall. You know, you have goals other than just kill them. You know, like, they're doing a lot of smart things with that game. They're doing a lot of smart things in that game, and I think there is a difficult level up there. They just got to remove those unblockable setups. The hard to blockables, there's got to be something they do to remove that. Hard to blockables are going to make people quit the game. And if they leave that in there, the game's not going to succeed particularly well. If ArcSys wants to make this succeed, they have to remove that first and foremost. First and foremost. We currently have, so I don't know if either direction is true. Not only is difficulty not an obstacle to mobile players, fighting game fans don't all love complexity. So it's not that it's complexity. They're not scared of the complexity. They're scared of the fighting game complexity, because they're 2 completely different kinds of complexity. The reason why I like fighting games so much is that the execution and the strategy are on equal level. This is why I love execution in fighting games. It's like the most equalized competitive genre, like in the history of the earth, that balances physical ability and strategy at a 50-50 level. When you go to FPSs, it's always going to be more execution than strategy. The strategy is good, but the people who are going to be the best are the ones who can aim and shoot, and like, you watch the top players and you're just like, this is kind of dumb, like how good they are at like shooting and moving exactly where they need to do. There is strategy, but I think most people would tell you that FPSs are more body than mind, right? In terms of what it takes to become really good. MOBAs are more mind than body, right? You know, there is some execution in there, but it's not gonna be crazy, right? There's complexity, yes, there's complexity in the FPSs as well, but the execution factor in MOBAs is not to the level of fighting games. Not even close, right? And so we have fighting games, which is this little excellent mix of the 2 that are like right there. And so if you're trying to appeal to MOBA players when you make a fighting game, you have to make, if you're trying to appeal to the League of Legends players when you make a fighting game, you have to realize that the League of Legends players are more strategy, that are more mind than body, and not even much heart. There's not even as much heart, you know, in MOBA games, because it's like, okay, top lane, middle lane, bottom lane, do the thing, here's the thing. Everyone's got to play their role perfectly. You know, there are going to be heart elements to it, but it's not quite at that level. And so what do we have? We end up in a situation where you have made this fighting game, which is so body and less mind, that the audience that the license is trying to appeal to are like literally the opposite end of the spectrum, right? If you say 730 execution to mind for 2x KO, maybe MOBAs are like 30 to 70 execution to mind. And you've made a fighting game that's the exact opposite, right? So again, who are you marketing the game to? If you were marketing it to the fighting game scene, you put motion inputs in there. You don't care. If you were marketing it to the non-fighting game scene, you make it single button special moves, and you don't make every other button a combination of something and have to hold left and right and down and up and all this other stuff. Like, it's just kind of, you have to know, who are you making the game for? It's just really what it is. We currently have a generation of fighting game devs that were competitive players trying to make fighting games that appeal to casuals, and for the most part, it ain't working. That is another issue. I don't think that was necessarily the issue of what was happening here, but it is definitely a problem because fighting game players don't know how hard fighting games are. Fighting game players I had a conversation with Chris G on Twitter. You know, he showed the video of the girl. You've seen the little 8-year-old, 6-year-old girl doing the kickflip in the fairy costume. Well, she was just in a tournament and she had to get a 9.0, and she just, like, it just looks like she just jumps on a rail, grinds, and jumps off, and then she's like, oh my God. And like, people are like, wait, why is it so, like, was that hard? And if you don't notice that she kick flipped onto the rail and slid off and got, and it was a clean kick flip. I know all this shit because of Skate. Like, you don't realize why it was so good. And that's most people with fighting games. Most people who watch fighting games have no idea what the hell's going on. Nobody knows what's going on in fighting games, right? So, I don't remember what my point was with this, but just the whole idea that most casual people have no idea what's happening in a fighting game. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. I went back to the thing that started this conversation, which was Tiny Text. Yeah, Tiny Text, I'm sorry, who said, that led me to saying that fighting game players don't realize how hard fighting games are. And that can be a problem, right? That can be a problem. It can be a problem in many ways. Some people overthink about how hard a fighting game can be, and they simplify it too much. They don't give people the opportunity to get better, and that's a different problem, and also a problem that can cause a lot of people to be mad. Again, there is no wrong answer of how you want to make your fighting game. I need to make this clear, okay? 2XKO, the way they made their game, is not wrong. There's nothing wrong with the game. The game is an excellent game. Again, when people watched it at Frosty Faustings, they enjoyed it. Like, the fact that they had the, Sonic Fox and Inzem, they only made it to 4th place, and, I think it was Bleed, it was his name, got 1st place. He's like 16 years old, and, it was really hype. It was really exciting. The game looks great. Like, it is fun executionally for people who like that kind of stuff. There is a lot of grimy mix-ups that you can make. That's fine, but then that has to have been the goal. So again, they didn't make a bad fighting game. In fact, far from it. It is an excellent fighting game, but they couldn't keep track of who they were making the game for. If that was their intention, to make a very high execution game, a very grimy game, then you just know the potential sales of your game will be smaller. With the layoffs, we're assuming that the game is not making as much money as they wanted. And if that's the case, if their goal was to get as many people playing as possible so that they would sell skins, then they should have went a different direction with the game. Again, nothing wrong with the way 2XKO plays. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, for a lot of people, it is an excellent fighting game, and one that they are having more fun with than they've ever had with other fighting games. There is not a bad game. In fact, like, anybody who tells you 2XKO is a bad game is just de facto wrong. Like, it's an excellent game. It's a functioning fighting game. It's got a little strategy. It's cool. It's, you know, it's flashy, etc., etc. But in order for it to succeed the way the company wants success, it didn't fulfill that. And that's what's going to hold it back. Again, I support all levels of fighting games. If you want to make a fighting game that has no body, that it's just mind, do it. And market it that way and say that this is what your goal is. If you want to make a fighting game that's just executionally a monstrosity, and if you know how to pilot Zero and Dante, that most people can't even block your incoming mix-up, make it that way. Market it that way. And in fact, I saw someone mention Seth Killian earlier. Seth understood that. Because he told me the story that, like, they found out Magneto could do something really cheap. And they were like, oh, we got to take this out. And Seth was like, no, leave it in. And they're like, but it's totally not fair. And Seth was like, but this is what people expect. This is what the people want out of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And they were like, that can't be possible. And it comes out, and the people who wanted that got what they wanted, and Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was able to find the niche that it was looking for. Seth knew the audience that the game was targeting. And he made sure the game kept on that focus. So he understood that concept. He understood that idea. Now, I'm not saying that the people who are in charge of 2XKO didn't know this. My suspicion is more that they wanted to make something, and this department wanted to make something else, and this department wanted to make something else, and this department wanted to make something else. And so they couldn't find a unified vision for the game. That's what I suspect the most. That's where I kind of believe the game kind of ran into some problems. Why did Seth leave Riot? I don't know. I mean, I think he just got a good opportunity. I mean, last time I talked to Seth, like, he is in a wildly happy, peaceful state of his life right now. So, like, I totally get it. Like, like, who needs to deal with this garbage, right? I mean, honestly. Right, and yeah, and The Sleepist, you are absolutely right. Dumbing down a game to bring in a new audience almost never works. Look at the underperformance of Monster Hunter Wilds. It didn't meet its sales projections either. And again, I have never said dumbing a game down. I said make the game appeal to the audience that is going to play your game. It has nothing to do with dumbing down. But if you have a specific audience, you have to make sure the fighting game plays to that audience. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with 2XKO being so difficult. All the complaints that I've levied at the game today have been under the assumption that their intention was that the game was supposed to appeal to as many people as possible, including the League of Legends players. Again, this is the reason why I keep repeating the question, who are you marketing the game for? Not, why did you make this decision? It was a dumb decision. The question is, who are you marketing for? What was your intention? What was your goal? If you are like, you know, someone I mentioned earlier that was just like, well, I would rather have 15 people love my game than 500 people like it. If that's what your goal is, that should be your expectation, and you can make the game however you damn want. If your goal is not to make a ton of money, and you just have this dedicated scene playing it, and you just have a great old time because you just want to make the fighting game you want to play, more power to you. But if your goal is to have it so that it can join Street Fighter and Tekken and Mortal Kombat and now Guilty Gear in like the pantheon of like the big time fighting games, you got to think differently, you know? Look at Tekken, right? So even before Heat was added, Tekken is really complicated. But you know what Tekken also has? Tekken has normals that make you move forward. Such a small thing, but it's so important. People don't realize how important that is. When I press 111 in Tekken, my character keeps advancing forward and punching. I'm actively doing something, right? Like if I mash jab with Street Fighter, I just stand in place and I jab, I don't even go anywhere, right? Like, so it's just like, like all these different fighting games have different ways to appeal to like certain audiences. The 10 strings in Tekken, like they're mostly useless in competitive, but every player who picks up Tekken, the first thing they see a 10 string and they're like, I must do the 10 string. And they do the 10 string and the character moves and kicks in all these different directions and it looks cool. And your friend who's also a scrub just gets beat up and you're like, ha ha ha, because you learned the 10 string. Like, you have to know who you're marketing the game to. It's just really what it comes down to. And that's the thing, right? Like, you can make it so that people... So, Zynex says there's not enough people who want to jump into a brand new fighting game outside of fighting game players, which is very true. But you can still make it work, but you have to understand what you're trying to build. You have to know what fighting game you are trying to build. And again, as mad as everybody is at the direction Strive took, they knew exactly who they were trying to market to. That's why there's a giant counter on the screen when you hit them with a big old counter, because they don't want to make it Virtua Fighter. They don't want you to notice if the hit spark is red or yellow. They want you to know you hit them with a counter hit so you can do something cool. So they put counter on the entire screen. You know, they want you to know when a combo is getting big because the number gets really big on the screen. Like, they want people watching the game to know a counter happened. They want people watching the game to know that a big old combo is happening, right? And even for the players, originally, they wanted you to be able to look at your life and know exactly where your burst was. You remember in the first beta where the burst, or actually it was like one of the preview videos, where the burst was tied to your life meter. It moved with your life meter. Because they were trying to design a game that made it so that you knew what was happening in the game and it was easy for you to see everything visually as the player and as viewers. They were trying to make a wide appeal spectator and playable game. That was their goal. And so while all the top players complained, like, why are you doing this? Guilty Gear Strive was like, we're not selling this, we're not trying to make this game for you guys right now. Sorry. Like, we'll keep doing things to make it so that it feels better for you guys, but that's not our goal right now. Sorry, you know, and it worked. It worked. The game sold great, right? I mean, seriously. I think this is such an interesting issue because obviously Riot is like the biggest company ever. So I wonder what they projected the sales numbers to be like. And that's a great question. We have to ask that too. Like, what was their expectation? And again, them laying off half the team could be, wow, this game succeeded great. All we have to do is keep adding characters. We don't need this many people. Or it could be, this game didn't sell. We don't have enough budget to support this staff. Sorry. We don't know. We don't know. It could be either direction. But on the assumption that they got laid off because the game has not met expectations, that's what's driving this conversation of mine of who are you trying to sell the game to? If that is the case, and that is still just an if that is the case, who were you making the game for? If it didn't sell enough, then you are making the game for league players. And again, if you are making a licensed fighting game, you are trying to appeal to people who don't play fighting games. If you are making a licensed fighting game, the license is supposed to attract the existing fan base. That's why you are using that license. And if that's the case, you got to make it appeal to people who don't play fighting games. Like, that's got to be your goal, right? That's why I said, like, it's might actually be easier making fighting games with like entirely new cast. I mean, I know there's a lot of reasons, and this is not one of the only ones, but, you know, like I said, Brawlhalla being like one of the only successful free-to-play fighting games out there, you know, I don't think that that's not a factor. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a part of it. Because you don't go in, like, you go into Brawlhalla going, what's Brawlhalla? Oh, interesting, it's this. That looks interesting, I'll play it. Whereas if you go into the Avatar fighting game, you're like, I love Avatar. Hey, Zuko is my favorite character. Ha ha ha. Hey guys, you know, like you're good. And then you go play Avatar, the fighting game, and you're like, I can't do anything. I die. Like you're just being like, ugh, and that's it, and that's the end, right? Like that's it. That's it. So, right. The Sleepiest says every fighting game isn't for me, and I think that's okay. No one likes everything all the time. Again, leaning exactly going into why I keep trying to categorize fighting games as heart, mind, and body, because by doing that, we understand fighting games so much better, and we can understand that instead of just assuming that if one person likes this fighting game, they like that fighting game too. Because that's just not how it works. It'll never be how it works. Fighting games are very different from each other. I'm not talking about mechanics. Like, I've gotten a lot of flack for saying that Xrd and XX fans can play them the same way. And people are like, they're so different. Like, the YRC mechanic, like, this chance. I'm like, no. That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about mechanics. I'm talking about how you approach the game, how you could learn it, but it's so different. Look, I'm saying that people who play Super Turbo and play MVC2 have a similar mentality to each other. You know, you can't ask for two more different games, like Super Turbo and Vampire Savior. You can jump between them because they reward the same kind of mindset, but they're completely different games. I'm not talking about the in-game mechanics. I'm talking about how you interact with the game, what kind of emotions the game gives you, what the appeal of the game is. They reach the same audience. That's why you see, like, even though Vampire Savior and Alpha 3 and Super Turbo are completely different games, dude, like every time you go to one of these tournaments, like all the retro players play them all, right? Like I'll go to like freaking Texas Showdown and Hokuto, like the best claw player from Mexico, you know, like he's playing Alpha 2, he plays Alpha 3, he plays Hyperfight, he plays Vampire Savior, like he plays them all because they all reward the same kind of mentality, even though they're completely different games. I will never tell you that Alpha 2 or Alpha 3 are even remotely similar, but they appeal to the same kind of mentality. And that's the important part. That's the thing that distinguishes fighting games from each other. And if you don't understand that, you can't make a fighting game to appeal to the audience that you're trying to appeal to. Because you think that because all fighting games are the same, you make a good fighting game and everybody will play it. And that is just not true. It's just not true. Let's see. There is a world that says exciting. Okay. There is a world where they did something exciting and new that appealed to non-fighting game players, but they didn't do that. I'm assuming you're talking about 2XKO. And it may have been a huge hit, but also maybe not a big enough hit even then. Right, which goes back to me talking about the fact that, like, if a game like God of War sold 1 million copies, 2 million copies, it's probably a failure, and it probably lost money until the DLC comes out and they're trying to scrap to recover the money from the DLC. But you have to sell a lot for things to be considered success, especially if you're a company like Riot. You know, if you're an indie company and you're making this tiny little game, like Soul Calibur didn't sell that much, but they considered it a success. Not a big enough of a success. It was a surprising enough success that it got a season 2, but nothing else after that. But it was surprising enough that they were able to, you know, at least extend it for one whole season. But it didn't make enough. And that's kind of just how it is, you know, like it's the nature of the business, unfortunately. So, honestly, laying off a large part of the development and quality assurance team is the norm in the video game industry when releasing a game. This isn't a surprise at all. Exactly. So a lot of people could also be reading too much into this, right? A lot of people could absolutely be reading too much into it, which is why I keep putting out the caveat that under the assumption that people were let go, here are the things that I feel like 2XKO did wrong if their goal was to appeal to casual audiences, right? There's certainly a difference between visual appeal and gameplay appeal, yes. CVS2 versus MVC2 attract different kinds of players due to being very different fighting games. I don't necessarily agree with that, although I will agree because CVS2 is far less body than MVC2. MVC2 is more body than anything. So there is that factor. When you talk about heart-mind, like, they appeal to similar kinds of heart players over mind players, but the body players appreciate MVC2 a lot more. So there is a little bit of a division there, but there's a reason why, like, Clockwork was really good at CVS2. He played a lot of MVC2, but he was really good at CVS2. Visant was really good at CVS2. And he was also really good at MVC2. I lost to Executioner, you know, Desmond, at B5, I think it was, in CVS2, even though he was an MVC2 player. You know, yipes, he can play CVS2 as well. So, like, yeah, there's a little bit of a difference, but they can transfer a lot easier. Whereas old players just don't play Street Fighter 5 or 6, like, at all, unless they're Japanese. And, you know, like, oh, there was another example I was going to give. Anyways, you know, there's enough, and which is why I keep telling everybody who tells me they love old fighting games to play City of the Wolves. And almost everybody that I've told, like I can't get into Street Fighter 6. This game doesn't work for me. I don't understand it. I'm always like, go play City of the Wolves. And I've had a lot of those players come back and they're like, oh my God, I love City of the Wolves. I had one person who was like, I don't get Street Fighter 5. I was like, go play Samurai Showdown. They played Samurai Showdown. They're like, oh my God, I love this game. Like, how do I know this? Because there's a literal existence of fighting games being different from each other, requiring different mindsets. They're all just as dirty and grimy and like broken and like rude as each other. But there are versions of that that appeal to some people and not others, and vice versa. You have to know what kind of grime you appreciate. And that's just really what it is, honestly. Also, I feel everyone is accepted with number go up with combos. Yeah, there's a lot of that. But not even necessarily. So Art Christel says that if that was true, COTW would be on top. When the beta first came out, people were talking about that game like the second coming of Street Fighter 2. Like, seriously, like, when the first beta came out, people were like, this is the game. This is the game. This is the, oh God, it plays exactly how I want it to play. And I put out a warning that I was like, don't go that overboard. But then they announced Ronaldo, and then they announced Ganache. I have never seen the momentum of a game just like they were building this bridge, and then the whole bridge just fell apart, dude. Like, I have never seen the positive vibes of a game shatter so fast. It was crazy. Oh, man. So 150K units used to be great for fighting games. Xrd lifetime sales were incredibly low, says Zynak. Exactly. If they made Strive for the top players again, we may never see a Guilty Gear 5. But Strive sold, I mean, is it even safe to say Strive in America, at least the sales in America, probably more sales in America than every other Guilty Gear released in America combined? Like, there's a potential to say that. Strive has had over 2,000 players at EVO for like 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row. Like, that's unprecedented. I think it finally might, like last year, dropped below 2,000 or something, but like, it had over 2,000 players for like at least 3 years in a row, which is crazy for a Guilty Gear. If you were around at any point during the XX time, and I told you that a Guilty Gear in the future was going to get over 2,000 players for 2 years in a row at EVO, you'd be like, no way. That's just impossible. But it happened. And so, like, I get it, but at the same time, like, they knew it. They were like, let's put rollback in Xrd. And they were like, if you like the old games, look, you can play the old games with rollback now. You know, they're like, we're sorry that we aren't making this game to appeal to you. Here's the game that does appeal to you. You can still play it. We've improved it. Which is why I keep saying I think that was one of the biggest things that's ever happened in fighting games, was literally a company improving the previous game when a new game just came out. You remember what happened with Street Fighter 4, right? The last Capcom Cup for Street Fighter 4. Capcom literally made a video that they played at the end that was like, thanks, Street Fighter 4, for the memories, we'll miss you. Like, they were actively trying to kill Street Fighter 4 so everybody would buy Street Fighter 5. And the fact that Arxis actually put rollback netcode into Xrd while Strive was brand new is unprecedented. Oh, man. I've heard that doesn't matter to Riot. They're not looking for a bunch of singles or doubles. They want home runs or bust. Yeah, I kind of mentioned that a little bit earlier. For a company like Riot and like Blizzard, they both kind of had that, you know, like a lot of people were excited for StarCraft Ghost. If anybody old enough even remembers what StarCraft Ghost was, like a lot of people were excited for that game. And it never got released and people were mad. And it was literally because Blizzard, like they put a lot of money into that, but they just never thought it reached the point where it was as good as their, like, standards, or the, you know, like it wasn't like truly like AAA, like billion copy seller. So they just canceled it. And you know, a lot of big companies are like that, honestly. I wonder if Fighting EX Layer was considered a success, even though it didn't sell millions of copies. But Arica is a small company, so maybe by their standards, I'm sure it did, because they still keep updating it and like doing cool things with it. Or I know Mihara-san just like keeps, like he was like posting up a bunch of stuff about Fighting EX Layer and people were excited about it. Yeah, Combo Fiend is also good at CVS2 and MVC2. Yep, exactly. Sad. I mean, like I said, one of my most famous matches in CVS2 at Southern Hills Golfland was against Genghis, who was an MVC2 player, right? So sad because Xrd looks great or better than Strive even today. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Xrd is like one of the most perfect fighting games ever made. Like, I love that game so much. Like, even though I never got good at it, unfortunately, but it's such an awesome game. And to me, it's just like, it was like that perfection kind of thing where it was like, it was Guilty Gear, but it looked so good and the characters were so creative. And, you know, I have so much respect for Xrd, honestly. Let's see here. Yeah, so I enjoy SF6. I'm not a fan of COTW or 2XKO. That falls completely in line with my belief, Because Street Fighter 6 is a mind game and COTW is a heart game. Everybody who doesn't like 6, I've told them to go play COTW and they enjoy it, right? I haven't run into a lot of people who say they love Street Fighter 6, like, or like they saying, I've tried COTW, I don't enjoy it. Go play Street Fighter 6. Because like, if you're watching me here, you probably already play Street Fighter 6, let's be honest with you. So I haven't had a lot of evidence of going the other way. But I wouldn't, like, if you came in and you're like, I love Street Fighter 6, what other fighting game can I play? I wouldn't just by default say, go play COTW. I wouldn't by default. In fact, it's a really hard question. I would actually almost recommend Tekken or something like that more than I would recommend COTW, because the concept of frames and taking turns and all that stuff like that are much more congruent. Large publishers go for big bets. There's a lot of discussion on how investment has driven games in this direction. Yep. True. Fighting game company are fumbling the bag in epic ways. Yeah, because like I said, because we aren't talking about fighting games differently. We're not talking about them enough. Because the thing is, if you talk to a lot of people who are good at fighting games and I ask you, who are you marketing this game to? A lot of people would be like, fighting game fans. And I'd be like, which ones? People who like fighting games. Which what? Like, that, like, we have to understand that all the fighting games are different and they appeal to different people. And that's why some people play some and some people play the other ones. Like why Daigo said Nuki is amazing at Third Strike and like Vampire Savior, but he's not good at 5 and 6. And he's like, does that make Nuki a bad fighting game player? He said, no. He's like, they're different games. And when Daigo says it, everyone in the chat's like, genius. And then when I say it, it's like, you're making excuses for old people, James. Anyways, Guilty Gear tourneys back in the day was like 100 to 200 people. The team tournament for Guilty Gear XX, was 4 teams in and was played in the earliest slot of EVO on Sunday. There were no Saturday games. It was just the earliest slot at EVO. It was one of the Guilty Gear XXs. I don't remember which ones. There was 4 teams, and each team comprised of 3 people, except the team that won, which was the Japanese team with Yosan, because Yosan was the greatest Testament player on the planet. So there's only 2 people on that team. They didn't even try to look for a third person. They were like, yeah, me and this guy, we're good. And they won the tournament. But when the tournament started, only 2 out of the 11 players were there. When the top 4 started, only 2 out of 11 of the players were actually there. Everybody else slept too long. City of the Wolves may have been my favorite fighting game of last year. As a fan of older fighting games, I was pleasantly surprised with how Fatal Fury implemented the most honest mechanics with their game and also allowed improvements for what they learned from KO15 and the work that they did. Yeah, exactly. Like, and why is it honest? Because it's how the game appeals to you. You want a game that plays that way, so it's honest. Marvel 3 players will tell you it's honest in a certain way. Street Fighter 6 is pretty honest, and a lot of people will be like, what, are you crazy, James? No, it just depends on what you like. Like I said, what game has the best footsies, right? The best footsies are in the game that you like playing the most. Right? True neutral. When I was talking to somebody, they're like, this game has true neutral. I'm like, there's no such thing as true neutral. True neutral is the neutral you play in your favorite fighting game. That's true neutral. If anybody who's a big fan of ST tells you that ST has true neutral, once they die to Heel Ball a bunch or Dulcim because they can't even jump over a fireball, like what? You know, like what? It's not true neutral. It's ST neutral, and it's great if you love ST. Oops, hang on a second. And these are just like the hard truths that a lot of people don't accept. And why everything I've been saying keeps coming back to this about how fighting games are different from each other. And so when you make a fighting game, if you know what your audience is, you can gear it towards that audience if you understand what the difference is. But like I said, a lot of people don't talk about this difference and refuse to believe it exists. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Oh, man. Let's see here. Ghost was never a thing. Do they actually deny it exists? Is that actually a thing now that nobody talks about? I didn't even know. Like, somebody saying Blizzard is going to send their agents after you. Like, is that what's going on? Like, nobody even talks about it anymore? That's kind of funny. Oh, man. Didn't ask, like the rev system City was a great way to use meter while also learning how to use your fundamentals and how you make execution. City of the Wolves has shown that. I mean, again, the thing that makes City of the Wolves great is that it's a fuck it DP game, right? Like, so many characters have DPs. When I did my matches of the year and I showed Dark Angel versus King Debu, the amount of times he was like, fuck it, Power Geyser, and like he won so many matches that way. Like, that's because it's like that, right? Like in Street Fighter 6, that's not a fucking DP game. Because you can't, because you have to spend meter, you know, to hit people and stuff, you know, like, and if you don't have meter and you block something that's plus and the other guy does their 4-frame, you can't do anything about it. Except perfect parry, which is why I kind of like perfect parry. But like, again, they're different games. They're just very, very different games. And it's why when I tell people who are like, I don't like 6, I didn't like 5, I'm like, go play City of the Wolves. And sometimes they just won't do it. I've told a lot of old players, like, dude, you would love City of the Wolves. Go play City of the Wolves, man. Standards of companies vary. If you're a small company, success is making enough money to survive and make the next game. If you're a big company, the standard is, we already make enough money to survive. Can this new thing make us big money? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, okay. True Mario Cruz. If Exer didn't have Danger Time, it would be the perfect fighting game. It's for me. Yeah, okay. You're right. I forgot about Danger Time. Exert is great. I don't hate Danger Time, but just didn't need to be there. It's basically tripping. You know, it's Guilty Gear's version of tripping. Like, we're just gonna have this thing happen where someone can explode. And that's it. Yeah, Daigo said Nuki's lazy. Yeah, exactly. Mind game, study frame data, heart game, just do shit. Like I said, fuck it, uppercut, right? It's the fuck it uppercut games. That's what Nuki is. He doesn't want to study situations. He just wants to fuck it DP. And he's the best at it. If you watch high-level Vampire Savior matches, I don't know how anybody plays that game thinks. Like, the game is so fast. It is the fastest fighting game that I think exists, maybe even faster than MVC2. Like, the speed at which you are doing everything, because shit just happens in that game. Thanks to, like, the crazy push block and all this. Like, I don't know how people do that. And so Daigo said, like, it was the speed of making decisions. And the speed of making decisions usually comes down to the heart. So Nuki was really good at making the right decisions and processing what he felt like the other guy was feeling at that moment, and he could just do that. But then you tell him, like, oh, when this guy knocks you down and they dash up and they throw out this button, even though that button is normally -1, now it's +1 because it's meaty. So you can't hit a button in that situation, but only if he whiffs a crouching light kick into that button. If he whiffs another button, then it's still gonna be like, Nuki doesn't want to bother. He just wants to fucking DP, right? So he's lazy, but that's because he'd rather play you know, through the speed of decisions in his heart. It's just like, you know what? No, I'm dashing. You're not ready for this. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this. You're not ready for this. You know what? You're not ready for this. You know, like, that's what Nuki wants to do. So you can call it lazy, or you could just say, like, he just wants to play with the instinct. He likes instinct fighting games, as opposed to the game has this frame data. It's telling you that this is the situation. You block this move, he's plus, it's his turn. When Gerald first taught me Virtua Fighter, he said the difference between Virtua Fighter and Street Fighter is turns. He was like, in Street Fighter, there are no turns. Like, a lot of times you just hit buttons because you feel like you can hit them. You just be like, medium punch, medium punch, medium punch, crouching, medium kick. It can be plus, it can be minus. Who the hell cares? Like, you just did it. And he was like, in Virtua Fighter, you can't do that. And like, I was like, what are you talking about? This is like, huh? You know, it made no sense to me. And the more I thought about it, I was like, oh, I see how turns work. And literally that conversation helped me understand Street Fighter V better. But it's a completely different mindset. You have to have a different mindset to play that way. And people don't understand that it's so different. It's so different. Exactly. City of the Wolves allows you to play more true neutral without being a true neutral fighting game. Yeah, basically. It lets you play a more heart-based neutral. You know, like if you're Guile in Street Fighter, like when I first tried to play Guile in Street Fighter 6, I got blown up because I was trying to do crouching medium kick, hop kick, crouch medium kick. All that shit is like -6. So like I did crouching medium kick, and even though they couldn't punish me, they would hit a button and I would lose. And I was like, why isn't this, like, why can't I do this? Why can't I just press the buttons like I did with Guile in Street Fighter 2? It's because the frame data is so exact and precise that you're not allowed to. It's their turn. They will beat you. Unless you have a magical distance in which then you create the, spacing traps. Then you create spacing traps. But again, this is not instinct. It's not instinct to do it's like, okay, I understand after this move, it creates a spacing trap. Like, you just have to know that. You just have to know that, right? Like, it's not just like, oh shit, what do I, oh crap, yeah, oh DP, oh god, backdash, oh, yeah, instant air dash. Like, it's not like that, right? It's a completely different kind of thing. Yeah, Avatar Legends. I mean, I'm curious too. I didn't get a chance to mess with it that much. In my opinion, City of the Wolves would be better off without rev blows. Yeah, a lot of people have said that, but they probably felt the pressure to have SF6 elements. I think what they were trying to do was they just wanted to make the SPG feel stronger. Because I think they wanted to make it so that deciding whether your SPG is at Excel, is at Final, I forgot what the middle one is called, but to make that more significant. And so they wanted to make sure that SPG felt strong. That's my opinion. And so they might have overcompensated a little bit with the rev blows. That's all. That's how I feel about it in any case. So I just stay in my lane and play third strike. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. And I think that's great. Because again, like I've said, fighting games never get old. Good fighting games never become bad. Like to this day, there's not a fighting game that people loved that we go back and are like, what were we thinking? It just never happens. If you like a fighting game, just continue to play it. Hopefully they don't take down the servers. I still play Sam Show personally because I simply like the game. Even if they take down the servers, people will find a way. No matter what, if you take down the servers, Parsec exists. You will always be able to play a game via Parsec. And it's not gonna be as good as rollback netcode, sure. And if there's enough people who care out there, they will mod the game and add rollback netcode. But fortunately, we don't have to worry about that for a lot of the fighting games. But even if you couldn't play online, Parsec will always exist. And Parsec is undefeatable by servers being taken down. That's just what it is. The parsec is you guys literally two people are meeting up at their friend's house and they're playing there. You can't stop people from doing that. We're just doing an online version of that. I generally dislike this whole starting every round with full EX meter trend that's going around. I mean, we thought it was nuts in Alpha 3. Jesus Christ. And it worked. So, you know, but again, it's just like different games. Don't ask me about Street Fighter Cross Tekken, please. I read that final ratio gives the strongest boost while Excel ratio gives the weakest boost. Something to that effect, yes. I remember that, yes. I also think they wanted an anti-mash mechanic, Rev Blow. They tried it with Shatter Strike in KOF 15, but apparently it was ass. Yeah, I couldn't tell you because I don't know either game to that degree that I could tell you. But yeah, anti-mash mechanic sounds perfectly fine. Like, again, I hate drive impacts. I think drive impacts, like, seriously, like, if you asked Subjective James and I wasn't a figure in the community, I would be sitting here telling you that drive impact is the stupidest thing that anybody has ever put into a fighting game. It's so dumb. But like logical, objective James, who analyzes and understands fighting games and approaches them from a very different standpoint nowadays, because subjective James was a very big thing back in the day. I recognize that, like, they teach people not to keep mashing heavy buttons. They teach people that going into the corner is bad. There's a lot of good things that the drive impact teaches you that you're not aware of at the exchange of you just having to react to it. And they set it to however many frames it was. I think it's 23 frames. Because everything longer than that made it probably too easy to counter. Everything shorter than that made it impossible to counter. So they found a medium point that they thought worked out well. And it does, because it doesn't dominate matches, and it still has something that you have to think about and you have to worry about. But certain players, aka me, like, the drive impact is the most OP mechanic ever that everybody else can stop. Every time I try to drive impact, everybody counters me. Every time, I swear, like, I always wonder if people actually have, like, the cheat installed so that they just automatically drive counter impact. Because I'm like, there's no way you were expecting that, but people are just good at that. And it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm never gonna be like drive impact is a bad mechanic. I recognize what's good about it, but subjective James, dude, drive impact, I fucking hate that mechanic so much. I hate it so much because it kicks my ass so badly. Holy crap. Um, 26 frames. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but the thing about it is, SF4's focus attack, for focus to become unblockable, they sat there for a really, really long time. The problem is, with drive impacts, is if you don't react to the most basic of drive impacts, which is the only kind of drive impacts that exists, you die in the corner. Like, characters can reasonably do 50% damage off of a drive impact in the corner, right? Sako and Tokido. Yeah, I mean, again, I've said since the beginning, I didn't say it like directly a lot. I don't say it on commentary because people will get mad at me if I say it. But I've said Tokido has a lot of similar problems that I do. He is not a reaction-based fighting game player. He's just so smart and so good at what he does that it's easy for him to predict what you want to do. But you force him into reactions and he's a little bit weaker there. I've always said in Street Fighter V, his anti-airs were not on par with a lot of the other top players. It's just that he was so good that it didn't really matter. But in Street Fighter 6, you know, like in Street Fighter V, if you didn't uppercut a jump, you blocked and it was shitty, but you could rely on your own strategy and skill to survive that. Drive impact, if you don't react to the drive impact, you die. You know? So, again, yeah, anyways, I just know if I ever said on any, like, Capcom stream that like, yeah, me and Tokido have a similar, like as soon as those words come out of my mouth, like I will get roasted so badly. I will get destroyed so badly, dude. Momochi, he grinded out the SF6 demo and mastered Drive Impact reactions before the game came out. Did he? I didn't know that. Okay, that's funny. It's actually funny. You know, the crazy thing is, I'm trying a new tactic on how to react to Drive Impacts, okay? Like, I've decided to put back this button as Drive Impact here, right? This didn't work for me before. This didn't work for me before because this is just something that I am not used to doing. So what I've learned how to do right now is I do Drive Impact by hitting Light Punch, Medium Punch, and this button. This is my Drive Impact input now, is this. Because this feels more natural for me to do something and to react with. And by connecting it with this, I think it's gonna make it so that I will have a better reaction doing that. Like, I am literally trying to make myself have extra things so that I can react to a bit. It's just like when I was trying to air dash for the Magneto ROM, you have to hit these two buttons on the exact same frame. I had so much trouble hitting these two buttons on the exact same frame until I did this. If I hit all three buttons, I was more consistent hitting them on the exact same frame than if I did only two buttons. Because I was so used to trying to do Zangief Lariat correctly that like my hands just behaved differently when I did 3 punches instead of 2 punches. Did Justin try a foot pedal? Whoa, that's crazy. This is if you're wondering, KC Fusion, this is the Quamba 2009. This whole thing is the Quamba 2009, all the way to this table here. Like this whole thing, so I can actually play on what feels like an arcade cabinet. This is a normal button layout. This is the combo extension, which is a button made by Hitbox that you can buy that will attach to any button that you have that already exists. Let's see if I can show you this here. So there's this extra wire here, and you can attach it to any other button that already exists. So I have it attached to that button there. And so now it can act as that button as well. That's what this is for. Technically, it might be illegal in some term. I'm not sure. It might be legal, but the only reason why I use it is just so I don't have to drill a hole into my metal cabinet here. I can get the extra thumb button without actually drilling a hole into my cabinet. So that's what this is. This is the combo extension by Hitbox here. Really, really neat idea here that lets you have an extra button on your thumb. I should be making this parry because parry is very important, but I need to find a way to actually not be killed by Drive Impacts. So you can take a look for that, KC Fusion. You can actually find that Hitbox has it for sale right now. Shouts, the Quamba 2009. Had to get a second one. They are so dope. Hey, it's Carlitos from Texas. What's going on? They're really cool. They're expensive. I did not pay for mine. Shoutouts to Quamba. Shoutouts to Quamba. Thank you. Thank you. Bless your soul for the free Quamba 2009. I love it. I love it so much, especially in my streaming station here. It's so good. It's so good. Especially for an arcade player like me. Oh man, it just lets me feel so much more like I'm playing on the arcade. There is one thing that I would might want them to add as a extra hardware piece. I always forget to message them about this because ADHD, but I should message them. And of course, I'm saying that now But because I'm still on stream, I won't message them because I will forget. You can just use the last 6 and assign the first 2 buttons as drive, rush, and DI? Absolutely. You can do that now. You can do that now. That's just something right now you can do because you have 6 buttons, right? Or you have 8 buttons. You can play on these 6 and then do this. Unless you only have a 6-button controller, then yes, you could add 2 extra buttons over here, and then those could be your drive impact and drive parry buttons. Absolutely. But again, you could make it anywhere. You could put it right here if you wanted. You could put it up. I tried putting it up here so that if my reactions would be this to the drive impact, but it was still too foreign of a motion that I couldn't get my brain to do it. So again, I'm trying to trick myself by doing this to counter, even though these 2 buttons do nothing. They're just overridden by, like, it's technically me hitting all 4 of these buttons at the same time, and heavy punch and heavy kick just overrides everything else. But by tying it to a motion that feels like something I've done before, I'm hoping it just gives me a better reaction, is all I'm trying to do. I'm trying so hard to find a way to be able to counter drive impacts, man. 4 coupons were stacked on them. That's awesome. So you tell me, Carlitos, what I actually would love to request. As you can see, I never screw this down because it's usually not a problem. This thing is really heavy anyway. But one of the things that I would like to see, and I've tried doing this myself by wedging something here, that in particular, a little headphone thing. So like I would put this here, I would wedge this here like so, just to give the panel a tilt. And I don't feel like this tilts enough. I want it to tilt more. And so I kind of want to see if they could build an attachment that just fits perfectly here, has the ability to get screwed into, that can hold the cabinet more diagonal like this. Because I would actually feel more comfortable to be able to play it at a more of a diagonal angle. That's what I want to try to do. So I want to message them about that. Hell, Carlitos, if you talk to them first, you can mention that to them. You don't even have to talk about my name. Or you can drop my name, whatever. But if you mention it to them and I haven't told them yet, then I would be super happy. I wouldn't care. I have no qualms about anyone saying that. Yeah, I mean, so when I'm streaming, I do this, but like I have to lift my chair when I play on the Quamba. So this is my chair at its highest height, but when I stream, I drop it down. So I have an adjustable height chair, so it works for me. Again, their customer service is great. I just have ADHD, and so I may never tell them for the next 3 weeks if I just don't remember and do it on the spot. You know? Oh, man. It is always better to screw things down than to screw them up. Yes, very true, very true. So the reason why I've never shifted the buttons to 6 over, because it messes me up on everything else. I don't only play Street Fighter 6. Like, I'll play Vampire Savior, Super Turbo and stuff, and like, if I get used to one side and not the like, that will, my mind will explode, and I don't need that. So I can't move the buttons to the right. I tried it for a little bit, and like, my brain was literally hating me. Well, in any case, this last topic over here, I mean, I don't even know if I need to talk about it because it's essentially, I kind of covered most of it already, to be honest with you. Let's see if I can find this here. Because I essentially covered a lot of this, but there is one other point that I wanted to mention that I think is really important. So give me a second here. Also, if you guys want to help my cat, I would really appreciate you guys. My cat is sick. Well, she was sick, is still kind of sick, and could potentially be significantly sicker. We'll see what happens. Thank you for all the people who have donated already. But I won't spend the time to talk about everything that happened. I wrote it all here. You can go down through here and see how everything is. I give the exact costs of everything down here on the receipts. You can see. So you know this is all legit. I mean, you saw Jasmine with her shaved arm over here. So this exists. So if you guys can donate to this, I would really appreciate it. Again, vet bills are expensive. I do personally feel really bad about this because, like, it feels irresponsible for me because, like, I'm still living this stupid esports life, which makes sure that you're broke as fuck all the time. And so I feel irresponsible for owning pets. But also, I got the pets when I did have a job. And I got let go and decided to try to do esports. And esports was working out originally. But now esports is super hard to stay alive in. So would appreciate anybody donating to that. Thank you, Forrest, for typing the GoFundMe command in there. So when I use a stick for Tekken, I move the face buttons to the middle 4 buttons. Whoa, that's crazy. Okay. So in any case, let's talk about this last topic over here. And I will do so if I can find the clip. Let's see. Oh, because they're lined up. That makes sense, actually. When I play Tekken, I actually just switch to leverless because it makes doing a lot of things so much easier. Holy crap. Holy crap, it makes things so much easier. Okay. So, editor, this is a different topic here. Let's talk about this. Do I do coaching for beginner GIF players? I haven't thought about coaching because I also don't know what to charge for coaching. But, I mean, if you want to talk to me about it, Forrest, oh, I'm sorry, Fighting Oji-san, like, message me on Discord or anywhere, Twitter, whatever, and we can discuss it. I would be more than happy to help beginners and GIF players. I'm not sure I would be the best coach for it, but I would figure out how to be the best coach for it, honestly. I feel like I could do it. Only for Tekken, Carlitos, because that game has no jump and that game requires neutral inputs because one of King's best move is forward, neutral 2. And so when I'm on a joystick doing tap, tap, and hoping that my joystick has let go of the cherry switch that's making me go forward and pressing 2 so that I don't do forward plus 2 instead of forward, neutral 2 is annoying. But on the leverless, you just hit forward, then hit forward again and hold it and hit back. And that inputs neutral. And then I hit 2, so I can be guaranteed to do forward, neutral 2 every single time. I did it literally just for that move. Oh, man. For Korean backdashing, it's better. Yeah. But I don't Korean backdash, dude. It's fine. Any case, so editor, new topic. Let's actually move this down over here. So why aren't fighting games allowed to be sick? Hang on a second as well. Let me do this. And do this. Let's see if it fits. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, it kind of does. Actually, I can make it look kind of nice by just doing this. Let's see here. So, oops, wrong one. Hi, Jasmine. Are you hungry? That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Let's see here. Please consider donating for... Actually, that kind of works. Can I do this? Oh, but that's 2 colons, which I don't like. Wow, that really just is just too... Okay, I'll just do this then. There you go. All right. So recently on Twitter, I Heart Justice wrote a very long post in response to something that Sajam said on his stream. So literally, I am responding to a response to a response. Anyways, yeah, we are doing some craziness over here. So let's actually go through this a little bit here. Might not be such a bad idea here. Let's do that too. Actually, I wonder if I can do this. I think I can. Does this work? I don't even know. Like, I can't remember what the HTML language is for this. Nope, that didn't work. Let's do this here. Oh, you know what? I can do this. I can do... Oh, shoot. How do I do this? How do I do this? Okay, let's see. Haven't done HTML in a while. I always have to look up everything again. Okay, let's see if this works, actually. Can I do this? I think I can. Like, what if I did like this? I'm doing something completely exaggerated over here. Let's see what happens. That did not work. I did it before, and I can't remember what it was because I deleted the thing that I used before. Oh, that's what I did. That's what I did. Okay, let's try this then. Let's try this. It's not working. I can't remember how I did this. Oh, wait. I think that needs a dash in there, right? Nope, that didn't work either. I can't remember. I can't remember. Oh, do I have to put a semicolon? Is that what I have to do? Or, let's see. No, that's not working. I did this before. I can't remember now why it's not working. It will work if I do this. Nope, it didn't work if I did that. Ah, God, I'm OCDing now. Okay, forget it, forget it, forget it. Stop, James, stop the OCD, stop the OCD. Stop the OCD. There we go. You know, I probably should. I should be running more ads than I do. But honestly, the ads aren't going to add up to much, so we'll see. Anyways, let's talk about this subject over here. So, I Heart Justice responded to something that Sajam said on his stream. And let's take a look at what Sajam said first. As you can see over here, it's on this. So let's take a listen.
I don't know why for fighting games they're
can you guys hear that at all? Because I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Could you guys hear that at all?
not allowed to be sick. They have to just...
Oh, it's low. Oh, you're right. It is very, very low. Jesus. And the volume is way up. So let me do this. Let me try this. This is going to be loud now.
I don't know why for fighting games they're not...
Okay, yeah, there we go. I'll just turn it all the way up. Screw it. Let's just do it. Here we go.
I don't know why for fighting games, they're not allowed to be sick. They have to just try to dumb it down for like the lowest common denominator. The biggest thing for me that they could do to make new players excited is release new characters. If you want more people to get involved, you have to have more characters and more stuff for them to chew on. Whatever you make, some guy will make an excuse for why he doesn't want to play the game because it's too hard or whatever. But if you put his favorite character in the game, he's more likely to play than anything else, right? And if the answer at the end of the day is like less people are interested in the genre than another genre because of either the perceived difficulty or because they are hard, I think that's okay. But I just think we have to like make a game that's as fun for as many fighting game people and other people as possible and just make a dope game and just be happy with it.
Yeah, so that's kind of like a lot of kind of intersecting with what I was talking about earlier with the Riot layoffs and such. It was the what did he say it here? I want to come on.
Than another genre because of either the perceived difficulty or because they are hard. I think that's
Yeah, I mean that is one of the things is that maybe fighting games players and everybody just have to realize that we're just never going to be as popular as some of the other genres. Like, I mean, that just might be a thing, right? However, I Heart Justice responds here. He says, just so you guys can see it a little easier. Okay, here we go. Time for narration James. Here we go. Fighting games have long had a challenging learning curve dating back to as far as one-frame links in Street Fighter to what looks like gibberish to input a fatality in Mortal Kombat. Save Jam presents a good question in this clip. Why are fighting games not allowed to be sick? Fighting games have existed as very niche genre. Even now, the viewership and participants of people that partake in fighting games is often dwarfed by, sorry, reference to something you guys don't know, often dwarfed by any shooter, MOBA, or TCG game. That being said, they are growing as a genre, and new players find themselves heavily invested in discussion threads, discords, or tournaments, which is awesome. It's amazing to see such growth in what felt like a small slice of the world in esports. This growth is in no short part to the accessibility shift that new fighting games have aimed to capture and attempt to weaken the barriers of entry to such a demanding genre. Therein lies the issue, though. What we've gained in accessibility, we lost in identity. A lot of playstyles in newer fighting games feel homogenized, simplistic, easy to understand, but stifling once comprehended. Why does a game like Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 still entice players younger than the game itself to its community? Why did Street Fighter 3 Third Strike have such an electrifying tournament at EVO? It didn't. That's one thing I will say that it didn't, but that's beside the point. Despite being that game being old enough to rent a car. Unique and plentiful characters, a non-constrictive fighting game system, and identity in the way you play and interact with the game. New fighting games are like a tiny sandbox in a wealthy park. You know it's not very big, and maybe it's only fun for a little while, but it's always well maintained and accessible. Old fighting games are sandboxes in old neighborhoods, not very cared for, probably a bit unsafe. But so vast and unexplored, you often came home every time with a different experience from it, good or bad. It's hard to say which I like more. Maybe I like both. But when I was a kid, I just know I loved being in a bigger playground. And I think as an adult, I still deserve a big playground. And there's a lot to unpack in here. There's a lot of things to talk about here. The one reason why I really wanted to respond to this post in particular, again, not saying anybody's wrong about a lot of stuff, and in fact, I agree with most of what both guys have said here. But I think the problem happens when we talk about a game like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, right? And Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is a very unique situation. But let's talk about Street Fighter 3 and, the old games having much more of a sandbox, etc., etc. There's two things I want to talk about, right? Is one, the old games, they didn't know what they were doing. Nobody knew what they were doing. So like there was, the games were just, they were thrown together, man. Like they didn't know what balance was. In fact, some characters were probably intentionally made weak or intentionally made strong. They didn't care. It didn't matter. As long as people played it, it was a completely different thing, right? It's fine. So one, the old games are different because they were designed for people to just play and forget about when they get home. And so they're going to have a different feel, which leads to something. Well, let me add a third point to this here. Esports has changed a lot. And not in the way that everybody's thinking, oh my God, esports, it's like, you know, we have to sanitize everything. No. Esports has changed because now, if you're good at a fighting game, you can win a lot of money. You can win a lot of money, right? COTW, Street Fighter 6, Tekken World Tour, these games are giving out a lot of money here. And so the urge to play a fighting game that is horribly unbalanced is and keep using a bad character is not as high. Like City of the Wolves, like most people will tell you that the characters outside of the top 5 before the most recent patch were not bad characters in any way, shape, or form. They were good, but those 5 characters, they were just that much better. And so, because of the esports factor, none of your top players are going to be using any of those characters outside of like Punko using Gato and Dark Angel using Terry. But everybody was using Hotamaru, Hotaru, Kain, Billy, Marco, because that gave them the best chance to win life-changing money. Life-changing money changes a lot of things, okay? So, like, we can talk about how big of a sandbox Super Turbo was. If there's $1 million on the line for Super Turbo, it is going to be a non-existent sandbox. We're just going to see until someone wins $1 million. The sandbox disappears. If we offered $1 million in Third Strike, we're just going to see or Canadian all day. That's all we're going to see. The sandbox is gone, okay? Because the ability, all these games that we're complaining about now have just as much crazy sandboxness with other characters, etc., than a lot of the old games do. In fact, I would even say like a game like Street Fighter 6, I mean, just by virtue of having way more mechanics, has more to explore than Super Turbo does. Now, keep in mind, Super Turbo is my favorite fighting game to play. I love that game. But does it have a bigger sandbox? Or is it because it doesn't matter? Right? That is a huge, huge difference that we have to understand that's affecting a lot of modern games right now, is because there's life-changing money. Even if you play Granblue. Granblue's now in the Arc World Tour. Strive is in the Arc World Tour, right? Like, there is a different goal now. I used to play low-tier characters because I wanted to beat you with a shitty character. But I know that if I took Cammy into $1 million tournament, I would have zero chance of winning. There's just no chance. That's how bad Cammy is in that game. There is absolutely no way a Cammy player could win $1 million tournament in Super Turbo. Just no way. There's no way. It's impossible. Well, the fact that she can kind of fight Vega and Dalsum, maybe, but no, she's not winning. If I played at $1 million Super Tournament, you know I'm learning Vega. You know I'm learning Claw. That's just how it is. It's just what it is, right? So, it's just a different thing. So, like, the playgrounds are there, but the money makes things different, right? And the hardest part about it is that the money changes everything. So the other point that I want to make is that So let's go back to this over here, where, Third Strike here having electrifying tournament at Evo, despite blah, 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 unique and plentiful characters, a non-constrictive fighting game system, identifying the way you play and interact with the game. So to continue where I was talking about before, a lot of the modern games, they have to make every character viable. And if you want to make a fighting game where everybody plays completely different and that they're all viable, so unique and plentiful characters, identifying the way you play in a non-constrictive fighting game, you end up with tiers. And that is not a bad thing if you can keep the tiers as closed as possible, except you get the whiniest motherfuckers on the internet complaining about a character who's bad. And they will tell you that Capcom sucks because they never give Marisa or Manon any cool stuff. Like, it's loud how mad they are about characters being bad or the top tiers being super good. But if you have a fighting game with unique and plentiful characters, a non-constricted fighting game system, and identity in the way you play and interact with the game, you end up with tiers. Like, how do you even, it's so hard. One of the reasons why Street Fighter 6 is so balanced is because the system mechanics are so strong, right? That is the case. And does that take away a lot of uniqueness? It does. It does take away, I won't say it takes away a lot of uniqueness, but it certainly isn't as unique as a lot of the other fighting games. But a lot of the other fighting games, the thing that makes the character so unique is that they suck, right? That's like one of the most unique things about a lot of characters, is that they suck, right? So Vega doesn't care that he just kill balls you to death, right? Like, you learn Ganesian combos, you can kill a lot of people in Third Strike, right? Like, if $1 million is on the line, you lose a lot of that stuff. And if you want a balanced game where people can legit play any character, which is what everybody talks about, because if your game isn't balanced, that is one of the number one things people attack. That is one of the number one reasons why people, like Sajam said in his videos, people will find any excuse not to play a game. Not balanced is one of the main things. One of the main reasons why a lot of people stopped watching City of the Wolves or playing it, because they were tired of seeing 800 Kains and Hotarus and Hotamarus and stuff. This game's not balanced. Why isn't SNK patching? And not balanced is today one of the biggest killers of people playing your game. You can make a lot of unique characters, then you end up with DNF Duel and nobody plays it, right? I tell people all the time, DNF Duel is a cool game. Go play Under Night, I don't know how balanced Under Night is right now. But again, if you want a game with extremely unique characters, you end up, even if it's not huge tiers, you end up with 2-8 matchups. You end up with 3-7 matchups. In an era where people claim a 6-4 matchup is totally unwinnable. Back in the day, 6-4 matchup meant, it's just slightly in that guy's favor. Nowadays, 6-4 matchup, people are like, oh my God, it's unwinnable for the guy at 4. And even in that language, yes, if you have a super unique game, you're going to have some matchups that are 2-8. You're going to have some 3-7 matchups. And if you're cool with that and that's part of the game and you want to counterpick, that's cool. Then, cool, let's make that game. But the people who love Sakura and Sakura sucks for some reason, oh boy, they will bitch forever about it, and people will say, oh my God, I never see these characters. I never see my favorite characters. It's always these same top characters. Ugh, I hate this game. And that's it. You've just lost your entire audience, right? So we have to understand that, yes, the esports factor comes into play. And a lot of people are going to hate that. And they're going to be like, well, then I don't care about esports. Keep everything grassroots. Fuck esports. And if I ever hear you complain about the prize money not being enough for any of the players who do win big tournaments, shut the hell up. Okay? Shut the hell up. can't have your cake and eat it too, man. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Now, I'm not saying that you can't make games unique. You absolutely can make it so that the characters are unique and stuff. But again, if you want the characters to all be strong, that's hard. That is hard. And people have to understand that part of it. If you change, and this happened in HDR, they nerfed one thing of Cammy because it was too strong against someone else, and it hurt her in every other matchup because they didn't know that Cammy uses it in every matchup. So, like, you could be like, oh my god, I hate fighting Zangief. All I want is this so I can fight Zangief. And now it makes it so that Lily will never beat you ever again. Now you fucked over the Lily players. So now that you're like, okay, what do I do? Let me buff Lily. You buff Lily in a way. Now she's the best character in the game. And she kills everybody. And everybody's pissed off now because now everybody's using Lily. Dude, it's not easy. That is the main thing to understand. Balancing a fighting game is not just, oh, tweak this, look, balance. Like, dude, bro, it's fucking hard to balance a fighting game. Dude, people have been trying to balance fighting games for like almost 4 decades now, like 3 decades, 3.5 decades. And nobody's gotten it right. Except for footsies, because there's only one character. It's really, really hard. It's really hard. Oh, man. You're forced to permanently play random. It would be terrible because you might end up playing a character you don't know, or you get randomed into a character that you don't like, etc., etc. It's different, right? And so there's a random factor of the tournament. So you'll never know who actually is the best at the game, kind of thing. You used your $48 third place prize money at Evo to buy a bottle of tequila. That's my big money esports moment. That's awesome. Yeah, a side tournament would be fun if you had the actual normal tournament as well. But the other main thing to kind of talk about, why are we focusing so much on, dumbing games down, as they say, on trying to make things easier for players and stuff like that. This brings me back to a conversation about KOF, where people are like, dude, why are people so scared to learn 3 characters in KOF? That's the draw of KOF, is that you get to play 3 characters at a time. You're not tied to only one character. That was exactly what the draw was, back in the day for KOF. And this is a massive factor that people are not talking about. Why the ecosystem of fighting games have changed. It's because it costs $60 to play a fighting game, plus $20 most of the time to get the first season pass, as opposed to walking up to a machine and putting a quarter into it. When you are living in a socialism kind of environment that an arcade is, where the diehards can play and keep a machine alive and making money, so that you can just walk up, dump a quarter in when nobody's there and play against the computer or whatever like that, it's a completely different story than when you have to commit $60 plus $20 to the game. And then you're like, oh, I'm gonna learn Street Fighter 6. It looks fun. And you go in there and it's like, pay on sale, $40. You buy $40, now you have to buy 3 seasons? You're like, oh shit, another 20, another 20, another 20. Really? Is this the case here? Like, we have to understand that we are living in an environment, like Sajam said, where all you need to do is give someone the tiniest of reasons and they will hate that game. And it's not because we're all assholes. It's because we want a reason to not have to try that game. Because There are like 900 fighting games out there right now, and they all take a lot of time to learn. Even Tokido, master of playing multiple fighting games, only plays one fighting game now, because that's how much effort it takes to learn a fighting game, right? And so, if you have 15 fighting games to choose from, and you're like, well, most people need a justification why to play a certain fighting game or not to play a certain fighting game. And if it's as silly as, well, City of the Wolves looks like a PlayStation 1 game, it's so ugly, like that reason turns from a nitpick into, I need to believe this so I don't play this game and find out that I kind of love this game. Because I need to keep playing. I put so much time in this other game, I don't want to waste that. Or I only have time, like, you see what I'm trying to get at here? So all these fighting games out here are trying so hard to win you over. And if the first thing that you do when you go into a fighting game and play online is you get unblockable to death, like that sucks. You feel like you wasted money. You feel like you wasted $60, right? Whereas if you go to the arcade and you play KOF and you're like, these 3 characters look cool, hee, and some pro asshole comes there and puts in a quarter and OCVs you with 1 character with infinites just to be an asshole, you're like, oh well, there goes my quarter, and you walk away. You walk away. You leave. There's no skin off your back. And so, like, right now, all these companies are trying so hard to win fighting game audiences over. And so they're feeling like they have to dumb games down a little bit, make it so it's appealing for them to play. And we have to recognize that our environment is so different than it used to be, even during the MVC3 days. Because let's face it, MVC3 fighting games were still a niche, right? They were still a niche. Street Fighter 4 certainly brought a lot of people into the scene, and it definitely got bigger. But, like, I don't feel like Street Fighter... I mean, we know that Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 sold extremely poorly because the game came out within a year of vanilla Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That's a whole nother story. But it did so bad that Capcom removed the entire development environment for it. So even if they changed their mind and wanted to create DLC, they just didn't want to bother because they'd have to, like, bring it back up and do it. Like, they just sunset the game because that's how badly it sold. It's a difficult time for fighting games because the genre is what it is. And I know people get on my shit when I say that fighting games are harder to get into than other genres. People are like, no, James, they're all just as hard. I'm like, yes, they're all just as hard to become the top player, but to get into, to find the joy immediately, to kind of have a cool feeling, fighting games are one of the hardest ones to do that from the get-go. They just really are. And so it's hard for fighting games. And so a lot of these companies, you know, the mistake that most of these companies make is that they dumb down the game, but they also lower the skill ceiling. We have to make sure that we can do it well enough that the game can support all sorts of different skill levels where the people can have fun. And, you know, in other episodes I've talked about this is why it's important having a large player base, because if you do play Street Fighter 6 online or you do play Tekken online, the chances of you being matched up with someone who is of your skill is higher. Whereas you go play City of the Wolves online and you're going to run into like Goichi and you're going to be like, I'm learning the game, and you just get stomped, right? Like, this is what happens when you don't have the player base online. And so in order to make the game succeed, it's kind of like a chicken or an egg thing. You need as many beginner players playing the game as possible so that it feeds the pros and all this stuff, but then also creates this great, I mean, the beautiful thing about Street Fighter 6 is if you are a rookie player, you jump online, you will fight other rookie players, and they're legit other rookie players. You can learn, you can get better. A lot of fighting games don't have that. That's what we call Discord fighters, right? You have to jump on Discord to try to find someone at your strength. We're just living in an environment here where it's no longer 25 cents. Because, like, you could go to a shitty looking playground that's ginormous, but if the playground actually sucks because everything is broken, you'll walk away and it's no skin off your back. But you can afford to explore these playgrounds. But if you're trying to explore these fighting games right now, you have to commit $60 to the game, go online and get smashed and blown up by everybody, and have no teammates that you can complain alongside with. It's really freaking hard. It's hard to get people into this genre. So we can't look at the way things were before and use that to solve the issues we're running into now. We can't talk about Third Strike and compare it to what games are going through now. Because again, Third Strike was a flop, okay? Third Strike was a failure when it came out in the arcades. It only made money because they eventually released that game 19 more times on every platform. So in the end, the game was profitable. But when it came out in the arcades, it was a flop, right? And so, like, we have to understand, like, the environments are so different of now compared to back then that we can't make these kind of comparisons. We have to understand that the way to get players into the game is different. And the crazy thing about it is we have a great example, Street Fighter 6, right? I mean, it's got the World Tour, it's got the Battle Hub, it's got modern controls that are balanced well, it's got dynamic mode for offline, like, it's doing a lot of really smart things to drive the player base in there. And then, of course, just the popularity because a bunch of VTubers got into it in Japan certainly doesn't hurt, you know? But still, like, it was designed in a way that even a lot of those VTubers can go in there and play and have some success. If the VTuber went into the game and played and they just got smashed and destroyed instantaneously, or the game was just like super executionally heavy, like, it probably wouldn't be as popular as it is now. And again, this is a tough conversation because I'm not telling you that, oh, popular is better than fun. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that when we are talking about fighting games, when we are addressing the issue of dumbing down or popularity or player base, etc., there is so much to take into account. And the problem is when I hear a lot of people complain about fighting games, they want everything. They want it to be popular and complex and everybody plays it and this and blah, 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 blah. They want like everything. And that's really, really hard to do, man. That's really hard to do. So going back to what I said about the RIOT Layoffs thing is, who are you making the game for? You have to pick an audience and you have to go with that. You're not gonna make the game appeal to everybody. It's just not gonna happen. You have to know what you're looking for and piss off the people that you're gonna piss off and hope that their anger doesn't outweigh the joy that everybody else is finding from the game. Does that mean we're gonna have to deal with throw loops until the end of time? Maybe. But again, if you're creative enough, you can fix those problems without destroying a lot of what, you know, the beginners enjoy and make the top players happier. But that can only happen if your game lasts long enough that you even understand your own game enough. A lot of games don't even get that chance, right? They don't even get that chance to try to fix that mechanic. But Street Fighter 6 being so popular gives them a chance that they can decide. They may decide not to fix it, but if they want to, they can figure out how to fix it, and they have a lot more data on how to fix it and how would it affect the game, because the game is out so long and they have data and people are playing it and stuff like that. So it's a tricky situation. It is. It sucks. Like, I'm not telling you there's a solution, because I don't know what the solution is. I'm not telling you that it's better to be popular, so let's make it all, like, no, I want complex fighting games. If you look at me, when I talk about Street Fighter 6 on Twitter, most of my posts are usually, this is how I would change it. This is how I would fix it. This is how I would improve it. DIs are killing me. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you this is like the perfect game and we should accept it this way, but we just have to understand that we are living in an extremely different environment. And the key to success for a fighting game is not we can't apply the success of past fighting games to what we're doing now, because it's a completely different world. There's no more arcades. There's no more like niche community, and people are able to win $1 million playing these games. That changes the way everybody approaches and how they want to interact with these games. It's hard. It's very, very hard, which is why I came up with some crazy idea a long time ago that fighting games should come up with a system with Steam and maybe even with PlayStation to release a full game for free. But if you want to play and then just have King of the Hill machines online, like a giant battle hub that you literally pay 25 cents to play on. That you just have a battle hub and you can just run there like that. You can't do ranked, you can only do battle hub. And you go on there and every time you play a match, you have to pay 25 cents to play. Because then you could just be like, I feel like trying out this fighting game. Oh, turn it on, run to the battle hub, pay 25 cents, get your ass whooped and be like, well, I'm done. Or you could just be like, you know what? I can pay another 25 cents. I want to try again because this guy's actually kind of at my level. I think I could beat him. You put another 25 cents and you play that way. And eventually, when you spend like $80 in quarters, you get the game. You can now play ranked. Everything unlocks for you, right? Like it's like you're like leasing a car. You're like leasing a car. You pay enough of it and now it's yours. You were playing it for free, but you spent enough money, now it's yours. Like, I don't know, like that would be an interesting idea. There's probably a lot of ways to make it not work at all whatsoever that I haven't thought of, that somebody else would be like, James, that's not gonna work because I'm not telling you that I'm not gonna come up with the perfect solution. But like, for fighting games to succeed like they did in the past, we have to create an environment that mimics the past. Because right now, buying a fighting game for $60 and buying the first season pass for $20 is not it. We are never going to get the same kind of interaction with fighting games that we had back in the day now, right? And that's not what I Heart Justice is even talking about. That's not what he's saying at all. Again, I'm using his post as a jumping off point. Not saying that in fact, like I said, I agree with almost everything that I Heart Justice is saying. It's just that we have to understand we are living in a different environment. And so a lot of the things that worked in the past don't work now. And we have to accept that, because that's the only way we can fight it, is by understanding why it doesn't work anymore. I mean, like I said, when the netcodes all started getting good, I immediately said, okay, everybody, let's figure out a way to make sure that this good netcode doesn't kill all the locals and the regionals. And everyone's like, you're stupid, James, because good netcode means more players, which means they'll all want to go to offline events even more. And I was like, do you know who's playing these games? Do you know that like a lot of video game players are introverts? Or is this concept not like registering in your head. Do you know who the audience that plays video games is mostly comprised of? Do you know why a lot of players just want to jump on rank and not go to Discord to find somebody to play because they don't want to talk to anybody? Do you, like, who do you think is playing these games, right? So I said that when the netcode was getting better. I was like, we need to come up with strategies now to make sure our locals don't die and our regionals don't die. And what happened? Our locals died and our regionals died. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of locals. Here in Southern California, there's a lot of locals. There's a lot of small locals around the place. We don't have like the Wednesday night fights anymore, you know, where everybody's gathering. Like if you came and visited California, like send me to the local where Combo Fiend and Valle and all those guys are playing. That doesn't exist. We have a lot of locals. We have a lot of small locals, right? Back in the day, we had the big locals. Like you just went to Wednesday night fights. You just went to, you know, back then I guess it was the big two. You go to Henry, you know, Henry Sen's comic shop, and that's where you played. You know, like you knew where you would go. If you visited Irvine in California, you knew that there was the box. If you went to this place, this was the local that you went to. If you went here, but now there's like a lot of little small locals. Obviously the Salon in Seattle exists, which is a great local to really, because it gathers all the best players from Seattle. But again, like I was trying to get ahead of it. And everyone told me I was stupid, and now we're in this situation. Listen to me. Please listen to me. I'm a really fucking smart person. I'm weird. I'm neurodivergent. I'm like weirdly like I'm emotional. I say a lot of stupid things. I'm goofy. Sure, but I'm really fucking smart, okay? Like, listen to me. God damn it, listen to me. I see a lot of things that happen before they happen. I told fighting game devs that they're doing their game wrong, and eventually they put out a patch to change it the way I say it, and they told me I was right. And I didn't even have to like gloat. I was just like, hey, nice patch. You were right. Dude, like, listen to fucking me, dude. Like, I know I'm old and I know I sound crazy a lot of the time. And again, that's just me more just being weird introvert ADHD kind of dude out there, but I know what I'm fucking talking about. This is the most I've ever gone into like bragging about myself. I know what the goddamn fuck I'm talking about, dude. Like, why don't people listen to me? Holy shit, dude. Oh, God, it makes me so mad. God, it makes me mad sometimes. I don't complain about this publicly a lot because I do have imposter syndrome, and a lot of times I'm like, maybe I am stupid, but God damn it, like I do a lot of things that are smart. I do a lot of smart things, and I see where things are going a lot. My problem is that, like, even though I'm a commentator, it sounds bad, but you learn how to do it as a commentator. Like, when it comes to explaining these kind of philosophies and stuff that I feel deep within my soul, I can never explain it in a way that sounds right or sounds appealing. Because I also get super emotional. Like one time at work, I was like, we can't do it this way. We have to do it this way. And my coworker's like, okay, calm down, James, calm down. And I was like, was I angry? Like, I thought I was just being completely normal and calm. And he was like, calm down, James. Like, literally, I was going through like one of those comedy sketches, like the SNL sketches where like, dude, like everybody thinks he's mad, you know? Da, 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 da. And the guy comes out, he's like, hey, good morning. Hey, buddy, sorry. Like, sorry, I guess something bad happened to you on the way to work. You know, like I'm literally an SNL character sometimes because I don't realize how passionate and how loud and how angry sounding I can get when I talk about stuff like this. And so it's really hard for me to convince people of things sometimes. Oh, man. Anyways, the point being is that we have to stop using a lot of the way that fighting games got popular in the past and compare it to what's happening with fighting games now, we have to understand that this is a product that companies are trying to sell. We have to understand that it costs $60, often $20 for the Season 1 pass, in order for someone to even try the game. We have to understand that esports and $1 million prizes are going to change the way everybody interacts with the game. Like I said, you throw $1 million tournament right now for Third Strike, we're not seeing very many Remy players. And the only reason why we would see Remy players is because there has been 20 years of people playing Remy, right? If Third Strike came out today, or a year ago, or 3 years ago, nobody's playing Remy. Nobody's playing Remy in a tournament, except for the one Hibiki who plays Lily, right? Like, no, like, it's not that, like, the balance and all these things, like, we have to understand that we're living in a different environment. It changes the way we think about stuff. So it changes the way we approach everything. And we have to take a lot of that into account, which a lot of people are not doing, unfortunately. Again, in the past, I saw a fighting game that looked cool, I put a quarter in and I played. It's that easy, man. I didn't even have to buy a console or a PC. I was playing the same fighting game that everybody else was playing in all the other arcades. 25 cents, put in, sometimes 50 cents. Sure, okay, put in 50 cents. Play the game. I didn't enjoy it, no skin off my back. No sweat. Nowadays, you gotta pay $60, maybe $80. And if it's an older fighting game, you gotta pay a lot more because you gotta buy all the seasons. The thing Street Fighter V did right was create all those versions of the game that gave you everything for like $40, $50, right? Like when they came out with the arcade edition and the ultimate hyper, I don't even remember what the last version was called. Like, you know, otherwise it's hard to get into fighting games. And so these companies have to figure out a way, especially in a sea of 900 fighting games, how to attract people to play your game. And like Sajam said, all anybody needs is one of the dumbest reasons possible to hate a game and not play it. That's all they need. And it's not, again, because they're mean or hateful or whatever, because they need a reason to not have to give the game a chance. And all these companies that are making fighting games are fighting all of these people, fighting for all of these people. So it's hard out there. So they have to make some tough choices sometimes. And unless, like I said, they don't care and they're willing to make a fighting game because they're making a fighting game that they love. They're willing to put blood, sweat, and tears into this game, and they're okay releasing it and only 10K downloads. And those 10K people just freaking love the game. But then, you know, they can't really complain about not having the player base, etc., etc. There's a balance. You got to figure it out. What is it that you actually truly want out of your fighting game? And that forces hard decisions to be made. We can't have it all. We just can't. Like, you can't have a fighting game that's super high execution, every character is super unique, it's all completely balanced, every matchup is 5-5, and everybody plays it. You know, like is it possible? Perhaps. Maybe somebody will make that one of these days. But it will take a stroke of genius to make that game. And so, in the meantime, taking that requirement, taking that expectation, and placing it on all fighting games is pointless. Which kind of goes back to just play the game you love, man. Just play the game you love. If you like a game, play it. Dude, if you don't like a game, go play another one. You know, like, that happens. You can just do that. It's not that hard. So, Anyways. Yeah, play more ST, man. Guilty Gear came after MK, KI, and SF, which have legacies on Super NES and or Genesis Mega Drive. It started on the PlayStation 1 as a 2D fighter. Sony America was very reluctant to promote 2D PSX games back then. True story, yes. Guilty Gear XX was also niche, and I would have never heard about it except for stumbling across it in a college dorm when I was living at college. I never heard much about Guilty Gear Xrd until after I heard about Strive. Strive was when Guilty Gear finally broke out of its niche. Yeah, and you know what the crazy thing about it? Because there are so many people who play Strive, those players are eventually going to hear the other people saying Xrd is better, and they're going to go back and try Xrd. And you know what? You might end up with more Xrd players because Strive attracted a lot of people. You might get more people learning Third Strike or Super Turbo because they started playing Street Fighter 6. You might not. You might not. Who knows? You know, but the point is, like, you can't just take one thing and just like put the same expectations on every fighting game. Again, when you make a fighting game, you have to know who you're building it for. Like I said, when I talk about my rival school's fighting game, I can't tell you a single thing any of the characters do. But I understand what I want the systems to do because I know what I want players to feel when they play that game. I know who I'm trying to sell the game to. I am trying to sell the game to people who want to play tag fighters but don't like tag fighters. I'm trying to make a tag fighter that's not grimy. That's what I'm trying to create. I know exactly what I'm trying to make when I make a game like this. And same thing for, like, what was the other example I was giving? Like, if I wanted to make a blah fighting game, like, I wanted to, like, it's just that when you make, like, when I first even proposed a game, what Street Fighter 6 was going to be like, I said I would have made it a Third Strike sequel, even though I even personally don't play that much Third Strike or whatever, but it would just make sense that every 3 games you have the crazy parry game, right? Like, I thought that would be kind of a neat idea. So I would make a game and I would intentionally try to make the game feel more like Third Strike. I know what my audience is. Again, it's weird because I'm always talking about feel. If I made a new Darkstalkers game, I wouldn't care about how the characters play or the mechanics would be. I just want to make sure that the game itself evokes the proper emotion that a Darkstalkers game should. It shouldn't be overly violent. It shouldn't be overly sexual. It shouldn't be overly like it needs to have this blend. It needs to be just as funny as it is gruesome, as it is sexual, as it is like whatever. Like, I would be more interested in how the game makes you feel than actually what's happening in the game. And I don't think that there's enough people talking about that. I don't think there's enough people, when they make a fighting game, focusing on that. What is it that you want people to feel when they play your game? That drives your fighting game's decisions. Because if you're trying to please everybody, you're going to please nobody. Which is just one of those universal truths that you have to accept. You have to know who you're making your game for. That's just basically all it really is, right? Yeah, I talk about that with Keats all the time, because he's always like, let me make a new Darkstalkers. And I would 100% have to be the guy to be like, you better hire me, because I will control Darkstalkers in a very, I will make sure that you don't betray the feel of the game. Because the one thing that you can tell, and Keats will agree with you, is that he goes overboard on a lot of things. He goes overboard on stuff. He has a lot of great ideas, but he smashes them all into the same character. Thank you for subscribing, SK120. Appreciate you. That's a great expression, Jay Chenzer, but don't you think that's pleasing the mainstream? How do you balance that versus the pro players? Is a pro scene part of the equation? Sorry for the multiple questions. Again, that's up to you. There's no right answer to that. If you want to appeal to the mainstream, you make a game that appeals to the mainstream. If you want to have a game that works, that's balanced for the pro players, and you know, and just is a really good pro fighting game, you can't expect it to make shit tons of money. These are just universal truths that you have to accept. That's the thing. So if you want to make it, if I was in charge of making a Darkstalkers game, I would have zero interest in making it a big hit across casual players. Because for me, Darkstalkers is the greatest expression of art that a fighting game has ever created. My interest in Darkstalkers is the art. And the art is a combination of the mood, the music, the character designs, etc., etc. I would be so fanatical about preserving the art of Darkstalkers that I would have no disillusions of making the game balanced, of making the game popular, etc., etc. And so that's why it would be really, really cool for me to partner up with someone like Keats, who would have the wildest ideas, and we would be John Lennon and Paul McCartney. We would fight each other on these things, and that could, in the end, produce the greatest thing that ever existed, right? Because my vision would disappoint a lot of people, and Keith's vision, he's wonderful, he's great, I love him, would disappoint a lot of people. And so if you have people with these different looks and ideas about this game, but you still have a vision, the end result compromise, which makes nobody happy who made the game, might actually be the greatest thing ever. Honestly. So that's the thing. Darkstalkers, to me, like, is such a sacred thing, is so elevated in my brain that I would want to be in charge of it to make sure that it maintains the art of it. And that's it. Otherwise, I don't want a new Darkstalkers. As much as I love Darkstalkers, I'd prefer there to not be a new Darkstalkers. I love it so much that I don't want to see a new Darkstalkers. That's how much I love Darkstalkers, is that I don't want to see a new Darkstalkers. I know that doesn't make sense, and I know that you're robbing Darkstalkers from certain people or whatever like that, but fuck you, I love Darkstalkers that much that I don't want a new Darkstalkers. That's it. Yeah, Darkstalkers would have to be hard, and have to be crazy. Like, the game just has to be crazy. And again, the character designs have to be so fucking wild. I've already given my ideas for new characters in that game, one of which was ruined by Street Fighter V because Nash was alive. But the character designs can't just be, look at this crazy take on a mummy. Because if you said, look at this crazy take on a mummy, you don't end up with an Icarus, okay? If you're like, how do we put a Grim Reaper in this game? You don't end up with Jeddah. Okay, again, you can give them the coolest mechanics, but if you don't nail the fucking just like, where did you come up with this shit version of what we know about this monster trope? you aren't doing it right. You just aren't doing it right. Oh, hell yeah, Jetta would still have blood and flate moves. Hell yeah. Because again, you can't take away, you know, like trying to pump up Lilith's boobs, you know? You take away any of that game's sexuality and you've lost its identity. You take away any of that game's violence and you've lost its identity. You take away any of its just complete batshit insane lunacy and you lose a lot of the game. If you don't have a game where someone 720 is squeezing you with their butt and throwing you with their butt, or somebody's super is turning you into a basketball so he can dunk you. And also a game where the Grim Reaper attacks you by cutting himself and spraying his blood to attack you. And having characters like Morrigan and a freaking naked cat girl, like just right there in the game. Like, it's not Darkstalkers. Like, and of course, there's always the element of sadness too. I haven't talked about the sadness. There is a lot of sadness in that game when you actually dig deeper into the lore and stuff. Like, everybody's kind of like, there's a lot of tragic figures in that game. A lot of the people are in situations that they don't want to be in, right? So like, it's just like the humor, the sexuality, the violence, the sadness, the, you know, all this stuff is like, it's just such a beautifully designed game. And I don't know if it can ever be replicated. And if anybody, like, if somebody out there makes a new Darkstalkers game and it, like, doesn't fit in that, like, I will just be angry for the rest of my life. I literally would just be angry for the rest of my life. So, oh, man. So, Bruce, yeah, the weird kung fu werewolf, dude. Like, where do you get a kung fu werewolf from? You know, but like Dimitri turning you into a girl. I mean, like that's cool, you know. But like the zombie turns into a basketball. Why? Well, because it's cool and it's funny and let's do it. You know, like, and again, one of my favorite moves of all time, which is kind of ruined in Vampire Savior. Blasphemy, I know, but it was way better in freaking in Night Warriors, aka Vampire Hunter, is Bishamon's suicide, right? Like before, if you threw the ES sword and it hit you, your character would commit Japanese seppuku, right? Like they would kill themselves. And everybody does it a different way. Rico holds it with his tongue and he like stabs, like he's sword eaters. He like stabs himself in the throat. Raptor doesn't even have a stomach, so he just puts the sword in like next to his spine and shoves the sword up and literally cuts himself in half here so that side of the face starts to droop a little bit and then he falls down. And it goes away. Like, yeah, Felicia can be chopped in half. Like, if she's killed by the right move, she ends up in 2 pieces, right? Like, this game is just like, there's just this, like, you have to have these. It's just so good. And yeah, I mean, Red Riding Hood, I mean, I can talk about Buletta, aka BB Hood, all day. Because every single one of her moves is an accident. Every single, like when she does her standing jab, the butterflies fly in front of her and she's reaching out for butterflies. You know, when she does her crouching medium kick, she's turning to look at her dog like this and her legs just happen to stretch out and hit you. You know, like all of her moves are designed as accidents except for the ones that produce weapons. Every time she produces a weapon, then her face disappears, turns pure black, and has an evil smile there. Every time she whips out a machine gun or a bomb or anything, she gets this dark, blackened, evil face because she can't hide anything anymore. It's so cool. Even her running overhead where she goes, ah, and falls down with knives. She looks innocent, but when she hits the ground, there's like 2 frames of her going, of her face transforming into the evil smile. Like, it's just so cool. It's so cool. She's such a cool character. Oh my God. Anyways. Right. That's why the art is important. Dude, she's like, I have seen like, lore debates on like BB Hood actually like being the most evil character in the game, which I don't think is true, but it's just like BB Hood is supposed to be a terrible, terrible person. She is definitely more on the antagonist side than she is on any sort of protagonist view, Anyways, it's past midnight. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. And Zynak, if you and Keats ever get a chance to make Darkstalkers, you would better make sure you add me to that team. I will make suggestions on mechanics or whatever, but I will be focusing on the art the most. Trust me. Because to me, that's what Darkstalkers is. That's what it is. To me, it's the art. That game is about the art, and I just happen to also think the game is awesome and fun, and I like the gameplay, etc., etc. But that's how I feel about that game. I am way too passionate about Darkstalkers. Anyways, thank you guys for tuning in and watching. Sorry that my cat cuddles didn't work out. She doesn't like me talking as much, so maybe one of these days I will just stream myself just cuddling with the cat and doing nothing else, which might be a weird stream, but you know what? If you guys don't mind seeing that, as long as I'm like trying to, get more money for my GoFundMe. Oh, I was just about to type it. Thank you, Forrest. And again, for those of you on YouTube who are not seeing this link, let me paste this in there for you guys as well. So if you want to donate and you're on YouTube, I would appreciate it. Yeah. The Sesty Circuit's going to be awesome. And keep in mind, I was talking about this to other people too. It's like, don't misconstrue anything I'm saying as old good, new bad. Because new has a lot of good shit. Like, we are doing some great stuff with fighting games right now. The thing that I try to get across is that everything is just different. The old games are different than modern games, unless the modern game decides to try to be like an old game, like COTW. In fact, SNK has been doing it. KOF 15, City of the Wolves, and Samurai Showdown are all heart games, far more than they are mind games. The point is that everything is different, and we have to understand that the result that we get of a fighting game is going to be so, like, when you're making a fighting game, the product that you end up with should be congruent with who you are trying to sell the game to. And you can't have it all. So when you complain about a fighting game not having this or this or this, like, you have to realize the things that you have to sacrifice in order to get what you want out of the fighting game. And you can be as adamant about it as you want. Well, I'm right, this fighting game would be more awesome that way. You're right, probably. A lot of people might think the game is a lot better. But then you lose your ability to complain about how many people are playing it, how big the scene is. You lose your right to be like, why aren't people playing this game as much as they're playing Street Fighter 6? Because you decided that the game should be made for a more niche group than a bigger group. That's what happened with 2XKO, like, right? Assuming that they laid off that many people because they they aren't making enough money. The game was designed for a very niche audience. And it's a great game. People love it. It has a niche audience. It's not going to gain the widespread love that a lot of that like a Street Fighter 6 has. And that might just be a mixed message from too many different angles. You know, upper suits want this, character designers want this, marketing wants this. And it's a mixed message, but you have to pick the message. You have to understand who you're trying to make the game for. And that should drive the decisions that go into your fighting game. You will always have a greater fighting game as long as it sticks to the vision than trying to make a fighting game that appeals to everybody. Even, and again, I'm not saying sales has anything to do with that. If you make a game for a certain group and that group loves your game and it doesn't sell as much, but that's your vision, you've succeeded, right? You have to make sure that the audience that you want to make the game for is the people that enjoy your game, because then you succeeded. If you want to make a new MVC2 and all the MVC2 players love it, you've succeeded. That's how I see it in any case. So we just have to be a little more realistic. That's all. You bet that Strive would have done a lot better if they respected the old. I disagree with that. I disagree with that, honestly. I think not respecting the old as demonstrated in recent times with Tekken. Tekken and Guilty Gear were tough because they were games that never changed. So those two are different cases. So yeah, Tekken pissed everybody off, and so did Tekken 4. If you were around during Tekken 4, when they decided to try to change it, everyone got so mad that Tekken 5 was like the big Tekken 4 apology. So Tekken has kind of been forced into never changing. Guilty Gear was the same way. Guilty Gear was forced into never changing. Fortunately, for the Guilty Gear side of things, when they made Strive, it worked and a lot of people enjoyed it, and there was still a lot of Guilty Gear DNA in that game. There was, I know a lot of old players are gonna yell at me, this is nothing like Guilty Gear. Whatever, dude. Like, it still has a lot of Guilty Gear DNA in it. The problem with Tekken is that the heat mechanic might have been too much of a departure. I don't think it was the wrong decision. I've been saying for a while that Tekken needs to reboot. But even if you do reboot, you kind of want to keep the same thing in mind. Street Fighter is lucky is that it's big enough that they've got away with completely dismantling the old in Street Fighter V, and even then they didn't really get away with it. Street Fighter V was probably the most poorly received out of all the Street Fighter, games. Well, that's not necessarily true, because 3 was kind of arcade, different era. People didn't like Street Fighter V, but it has helped lead to Street Fighter 6, and now Street Fighter 6 is really popular. But even then, Third Strike plays nothing like any of the other games. Hell, Alpha 3 doesn't play anything like Alpha 2. For Street Fighter players, having a Street Fighter game come out and be completely topsy-turvy isn't that big of a deal. Guilty Gear and Tekken painted themselves into a corner by never changing. And that's where the difference lies. That's why for Tekken and Guilty Gear in particular, you can say that not respecting the old hurt those games. But I will tell you right now, Strive success has a lot to do with not respecting the old. Its success is more contingent on the fact that it did not respect the old than any success it would have if it respected the old. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's true, unfortunately. So, I don't think Strive being simplified was a good thing until I started playing Uni. Talking about a game that doesn't want to be played. I don't think Uni can ever be successful unless they dumb everything. Dude, I say this about Under Night all the time. I'm like, everything that you guys complain about fighting games, Under Night is right there. Under Night is right there. Every character is super unique, super complicated. The system mechanics are so geniusly balanced. There is so much execution in this game. It's such a beautiful looking game. Like, dude, like it has everything that the fighting game community complains about. Like the social media fighting game community, if everything they complained about got fixed, you end up with Under Night. So why aren't you playing Under Night? Under Night is like the perfect game for what everybody cries about. But they're not playing Under Night. So again, like, can't really necessarily listen to what people are complaining about in fighting games. Honestly. Oh, man. Nobody thought Strive was going to pay off. Oh, whoa, you got to play very early builds. And I saw how most of the company responded to it. So even the company was scared? Was the company scared because it was so different? That's really fascinating. I'm sure there's a lot that you can't talk about, Zynax, so I'm not going to pry. But if you can talk about a lot of that, like, dude, I will bring you back on and we can do another interview, dude, because I would be fascinated to learn about some of the behind the scenes stories for Strive. But again, I don't want to get you in trouble. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So I'm not going to push it. So anyways, I gotta go. It's midnight. I need to get some sleep. So, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. And thank you for indulging me on all this. And also indulging my one period of just being like, dude, I'm right about everything. Please listen to me. I know I sound crazy. I know I say some really stupid things sometimes. And I know some people know this, that I can be a total asshole when I get into these modes where I'm trying to get my way on things. But I'm really smart. Jasmine is 14 years old. I will definitely do some more streams for her where I set up like some goofy donation goals. You know, we reach this much, you make me eat a ghost pepper and then I die. So that's probably not going to be good. Anyway, so 14 can be old for a cat. Cats can live anywhere between like 10 years to like 20 some years. It just depends on the cat and it depends on how well you take care of them. Jasmine keeps getting sick all the time and has all these problems. Like, I hate talking about it, but like, I know Jasmine is a cat that just might not be in the cards to live particularly a super long life. And that is some hard decisions I'm going to have to make, even if her biopsy comes back as negative. So even if she doesn't have cancer, then the question is, if this growth just keeps regrowing all the time, do I want to pay $6,000 every January? Or do I want to do something else to, you know, like literally one of the choices might be cutting off half of her lower jaw so that she only has half a jaw, which will make things really weird to eat. But like, how much longer will that extend her life? I don't know. And that's the really hard part, honestly. So, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. So, it's going to be a lot of tough conversations depending on what my vet comes back with. But, you know, I love this cat. One of the reasons why I wanted to do the cat cuddle stream is I just really wanted to show you guys how bonded we are, how much like you know, how much that like I feel like we were kind of meant to be in a way. You know, me owning this cat was meant to be. There's a lot of reasons why I could have not ended up with this cat, but like, she's the thing that got me to go to the adoption. She even got adopted and returned so that I could adopt her. You know, there's just a lot of things. And like, oh man, yeah, I love this cat dearly, you know. And so, you know, I always have to think about what to do is the best for her. So yeah, it's a tough decision. So I hope, yeah, if you guys can, you know, help support me so that I can pay for my cat medical stuff, I would appreciate it very, very much. So, oh, any case, didn't mean to end the stream on a sad note like that, because you know what? Jasmine is awesome. I'm sorry, Jasmine. I'm sorry, I keep picking you up. You don't want to be picked up. I don't know if you guys heard that little whimper. She just went, poor girl. In any case, I gotta feed her. I gotta feed her some food. So I will talk to you guys later. Thank you guys for tuning in. And, you know, hope you guys enjoy my mature, very different take on everything that's going on in the fighting game community. I try to be very, very logical, but also, you know, emotional. I try to present things and talk about things in a way that I think, you know, a lot of other people don't see. And, you know, they may not be controversial, so I might not get the same views, but I hope those who watch this really do enjoy hearing the way that I approach a lot of this stuff, hearing the way that I kind of think about the genre, because I really do feel like we are not doing a good job talking about this genre. We are not doing a good job understanding this genre. And I'm trying to advance the dialogue. I'm trying very hard to get people to understand that we have a lot of growth to do to really be able to get this genre to where it is bigger than it is, or not, if that's not what we want. You know, there's a lot of things that people aren't talking about that I feel like they're missing. So I hope you guys do appreciate that. I hope you guys do enjoy that. And if so, that means that, you know, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
All right, guys, I'm gonna try to raid somebody, so don't go anywhere just yet. Let's try to help somebody out there. Let's see, twitch.tv. Ooh, thank you for the raid, spoiled princess. You raided me as I was about to raid somebody else. Sorry, but that's how it always goes. But glad to see you coming back and viewing and hanging out over here, spoiled princess. Okay, who do I want to raid? Let's see here. Who would be a fun person to raid? Who would be a fun one person to raid. I mean, I would like to send you guys at least to someone speaking English, but most of the streams right now are obviously Japanese streamers here. Actually, Integra is a very, very strong player. So I'll send you guys over to Integra. He's a good Ken player, and so definitely tell him hello and wish him luck on all his matches. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Peace out as soon as I actually start the raid. Let's see if I can do this. Integra FGC. Is that his name? Integra FGC, yes. But why are you not coming up with the thing? Let's see. Well, hopefully that works. I'm pretty sure that's right. See you guys later. Peace out.